Good afternoon, and thank you for joining us today as we have our Polk County School Board work session for May the 12th, 2020. We're excited that you've made a decision to be with us today and learn what all's going on in our school district. And at this time, I would like to turn it over to Superintendent Byrd as she works with us to go through our work session items today. Mrs. Byrd?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon to each and every one of you. The first item that we have on the agenda that will be coming before you is going to be presented by the DMG Group. Can't hear her. At this time, the first item coming before you is going to be presented by the DMG Group when they did a study in the district. Dr. Kimberly Stanke is going to introduce the guest that's going to be sharing that study with us. Dr. Stanke.
Good morning. Wanted to welcome, or afternoon, welcome everybody. We have today joining us from the District Management Group is Nate Levinson. He's the Managing Director. We've been working with Nate and his team for the last 10 to 11 months on this study, and I'm excited for him to be able to present the commendations and the opportunities for our district to grow with our struggling learners. So Nate, take it over.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. It is nice to be with you, at least virtually. I wish we were all there in person to talk about this very important topic. I think the layout for today's sharing is, as Kimberly mentioned, I want to give you a relatively brief overview of our findings, both commendations, things that are going well and strengths to be proud of, and a list of 6 opportunities that will help strengthen and build upon what you have. 2 things to put in context, and then we'll leave plenty of time for your questions and thoughts. So I definitely want to make this interactive, and we will answer all the questions you've got. 2 overarching thoughts before I get into the details, and I will share a presentation as I do that. But the 2 things I want to share with you in advance, maybe 3. The first is relevance. Obviously, this was started in a time that seems like years ago, where the needs and our reality was quite different. At least as I was reflecting on it this morning, preparing for today's session, I think everything we have to share today is still both very, very relevant for our new reality, and probably doubly so. As you will see, a lot of the challenges we're going to be talking about relate to social, emotional, behavioral needs. Those needs are going to grow. Some of the challenges we're going to share with you around the shortage of staff with specific skill sets. Most forecasts are saying those challenges, availability of staff with the skills you all want, is going to become more difficult next year and the year after as well. So I think at the outset wanted to say that this was crafted in a pre-COVID-19 world, but the overwhelming majority of it seems both relevant and even perhaps more relevant today than before. That's the first point I wanted to make. Second point I wanted to share was just how open, thoughtful, engaged the district leadership was. There was no defensiveness. And sometimes when you ask folks to come in and take a look under the hood and say how are things going and what could be done better, sometimes that can lead to some defensiveness. Obviously, these were topics that were already on their radar screen and things they're working on, but really wanted to stress how much excellent access we had, how much thoughtful planning has happened throughout this process, and we feel really, really good about the level of collaboration and cooperation as we've gone through this. The last thing I wanted to share before I get into the specifics is, and I spent 6 years on a school board, so I have been in your seats. I've also been a superintendent, so I've been on the other side of the table. That as we go through the opportunities, there will be perhaps a tendency to say, whoa, this is great. I hope you think that. We should get going on this. We should just make this happen. And I don't think there's anything we're going to share with you that you shouldn't want to have happen in your district, but the caution is there's nothing we're sharing that is really simple and quick. I wish there was, and if there were simple, quick things that would make a world of difference, we would have shared them. But you're a large district. These are complicated challenges. I believe you can move forward on any one of these. I believe you can move forward on any few of these. It will take time and good implementation, but I don't believe you can move forward, and I'd say this to any district your size, on everything we're going to share today. We've certainly worked with the leadership team to start a prioritization process. You all will obviously want to be thinking about that as well, but I do want to caution you that everything we're going to share is actionable, it is desirable, but it is also a boatload of work, and you just can't do it all at once. With that, as a preamble, I'd like to share with you what we found and what our thinking is on how you might move forward. I will now try the single most difficult thing I will do all day, and that is share my screen and do that in a smooth way that makes me look like I know what I'm doing. I do live on Zoom these days, but let's see how I go. I'm hoping, and I can see the superintendent in my screen, so if I get a thumbs up that you're all seeing a very large white slide that says Special Education and Struggling Students Opportunity Review, perfect. We are good to go. I'm already going to declare today's meeting a success, at least technologically. So the one thing I want to remind you about the district management group and the work we did is that everything we do has three goals, not one, but three. The first and foremost, of course, is improve student outcomes. It's why you get up in the morning. It's why we get up in the morning. But that's not sufficient. Everything we do also has to make the work more sustainable and rewarding for your staff. That is both general ed and special ed. And so any solution that was going to be great for kids, but not so good for staff, that didn't seem worthwhile. And lastly, as we're trying to make things better for kids and better for your staff, we got to be realistic about whatever financial resources you have. So we've got to be good for the budget while we're being good for kids and staff. And everything we're going to share today, we believe, does all three of those things. Very briefly, the process we went through was quite exhaustive, I believe very participatory. We interviewed hundreds of folks, visited classrooms across the district, did focus groups with many, many, many people across a very wide spectrum, general ed, special ed, from paraprofessionals through the superintendent and everybody in between. We really do believe we have had a very broad look of what's going on in the district. Folks participated in high numbers. Were very open and candid with us. I think they were eager to share, and at least from our perspective, and we've done this now with almost 200 school districts in 28 states, we feel that we got a good sense of your reality, and folks were very forthcoming with us. We also did a lot of hard number analysis to balance out the qualitative. Benchmarking, we did something called staff schedule sharing. This is just a reflection of how many things your staff are asked to do. And they shared what they did for 1 week to help give us a little, and therefore you, a little more detail, not just the breadth of things they do, but the relative amount of time that goes to each of them and how many kids they're working with. And then we did a lot of benchmarking, both numerically and how your practices compare and contrast to what's working best across the country. From that, 5 things stood out, not only 5 things, but 5 things stood out as commendations and strengths to build upon. The first was that the districts created a strong culture of relationships between many students and staff. Your teachers care deeply about your students. Many are working hard to know them as students and as people. And for, I think, a district your size, that's always can always be a bit of a challenge, but we really saw staff making those efforts. Teachers have reported that there are a variety of resources to help them support students. You're not an incredibly high spending district. We know that, you know that. But staff felt that they had a fair amount of choices and variety and resources to help them. Number 3 is really surprising. It's very nice to see, but it's very rare to see this. That the district has built a robust data system and staff are well trained in how to utilize the data they collect. Most staff don't like their district's data system and don't use it very much, and it is way more common to be in the area for improvement than a strength, but this came up multiple times unprompted from us. So that's nice to know and a good foundation for some things to come. The district's dedicating a lot of resources to teacher coaching and teacher development. You are really attempting to steer your resources into a place that can make a world of difference for kids and teachers. And this is, again, often a recommendation we would make, not a commendation we would make. And lastly, there's been significant strides in improving the internal and external collaboration in the ESE department. As a department, they're really coming together, have come together, work well within the department. And again, some of these, it's interesting, and I know that about 10 years ago, you had a study done by a different organization. I know them well. And it's interesting, at least a couple of these items where they said, hey, you got to make your ESE department work better within itself. They told you to work on that. We're telling you, you're doing that really well. They had very similar comments about the data system. They said it doesn't work so well and people are pretty frustrated. We're saying the data system is working well and people are feeling good about it. So definitely wanted to highlight that some of our commendations were, I think, past areas of focus for you, which should also give you some comfort to know that when the district does focus on something, I think it really does have the ability to make things much better. But I will stress as well, as we go through this, focus is key. Trying to do dozens of things well is an oxymoron. Trying to do a few things well is a reality. And again, my repeated caution is that it's going to take 1 to 3 years to implement any one of these findings. You can probably do a couple at once. And when I say 1 to 3 years, it doesn't mean that you can't expect any change for a year. This will come in phases, it will come in steps, but it really says that you as a leadership, as a board, as district leaders need to pick a few things and stick with it and focus on it. All of these are going to need commitment from the leadership, and they're going to need a real focus on implementation. If there's any lesson we have learned in 200 districts, it is a lot easier to have a good plan than to implement that plan well. And we want to make sure that you both have a good plan and very solid implementation. So 6 things you might want to consider on how do you go from good to great. What comes next in a world of continuous improvement? At the highest level, it's how to create a stronger team approach in addressing and supporting challenging student behaviors. We're going to talk a lot about student behaviors today because your teachers want us to talk to you about managing student behaviors. We're going to talk to you the second opportunity about improving trust and goodwill through more frequent communications and explanations of decisions. There is a challenge. You're a big district, and as good decisions are made and shared, they don't always feel or seem like a good or thoughtful decision. Often they are. So I really want to talk about internal and external communication today. Improving consistency of the support services written to IEPs and the delivery of IEP services. This is really important for kids, but it is also really important for your parents of students with disabilities. It is one of their top areas of concern. and it is not an unreasonable area of concern for parents. Um, as you're writing into these IEPs, services, making sure that they are aligned, that the academic supports are aligned to best practices will be important. All districts in the country, all districts in the state are wrestling with a shortage of qualified ESE teachers. It's interesting, this was a recommendation or an opportunity 10 years ago. Quite honestly, the outside world has gotten vastly more complicated. There's an even greater shortage. And we want to, you'll notice the word creatively address the shortage. We think some of the most standard kind of tried and true practices, they're not working in the other 49 states. There's no reason to believe that you're going to be more successful than the other 49. And then lastly, thinking about the next iteration of the district's organizational structure. And this one's fascinating, where the first, 10 years ago, the recommendation was to get ESE to work more smoothly. Now it's like this next iteration is how do you get ESE, which does work reasonably smoothly, to coordinate better with other parts of the district. It's actually going beyond ESE, not within ESE. So those are the 6. I'm going to take a few minutes to walk through each of them and then field your questions. So the first and foremost is creating the stronger team approach to effectively address and support challenging student behaviors. When we talk to teachers, when we talk to principals, and this is true in much of the country, but the kids come to school today, well, when they came to school, with far more social, emotional, behavioral challenges than ever before. And classroom teachers are challenged by this. Your increased focus on inclusion, which is a good thing, has put more kids with behavioral challenges in classrooms, but this is so much more than that. The vast majority of kids with behavioral and social emotional challenges don't have an IEP. So it is much bigger than just special education. And staff are really feeling overwhelmed and being burnt out. You have a natural but undesirable trend where general education teachers who are feeling overwhelmed, who are feeling they don't know what to do, they are turning to special ed and saying, you all are the experts, you'll know what to do. Unfortunately, it will take a team approach. Yes, special ed is part of the solution. Others will be part of the solution, but classroom teachers are part of the solution also. And so it just can't be a pass over to one group to another. And lastly, and you saw it hopefully in our report, that a lot of the folks you've hired, and you have made pretty significant investments in mental health and counseling support, which is to be commended. They are being pulled in a gazillion directions. And as a result, they're not able to provide as much counseling support as you and they would like. The mental model that I want you to have in your heads when we think about how do you support social, emotional, and particularly behavioral needs of kids is this team approach. Yes, you see on my right, these specialists, behavior specialists, school psychologists, counselors, social workers, special education teachers, they are your experts. Experts are important, but paraprofessionals play a role, and the classroom teacher plays a role. You need to have all 3 legs of this stool there and solid. You need to have really clear roles and responsibilities. And what I mean by clear roles and responsibilities, it's don't ask classroom teachers to do things that you need higher specialized skill for. Don't expect paraprofessionals to do things that you need specialized skill for. Conversely, don't ask the specialists to do everything for every student because you'll never have enough of them. There's a certain role for classroom teachers. So all 3 groups are really important. And right now, I think your specialists are being pulled in too many directions. Your classroom teachers don't feel they have what they need to be able to support their kids. So they're hoping ESE will step in. So what you may want to think about is helping classroom teachers develop the skills and mindset to address what we call tier 1 and tier 2 behaviors. Tier 1 and tier 2, and I apologize for the jargon, these are your everyday, what I will call run-of-the-mill. If you got 25 kids in a classroom, it might be 8, 9, 10 of them or more have these needs. Classroom teachers need both the skills, which is going to come from training, but also the mindset, the belief that it is in fact their job. Secondly, though, you need to create teams with specialized expertise to address the tier 2 and tier 3, the more significant. What's happening today, to be really clear, is because classroom teachers are sometimes being asked to address tier 2 and tier 3, which are really, really challenging, which are above their level of expertise, they're saying, whoa, I'm not sure I have a big role to play here. If you're allowing them to focus on the more routine issues and not have to jump 2 feet into the more extreme issues, I think you'll find your classroom teachers are more willing to step up, particularly with support. As we've mentioned, you have a reasonable number of mental health and behavior support and social work services. You've got the people and they've got talent, but they're being pulled in a lot of directions. They themselves will tell you they're not always doing the thing they are trained to do. They're not doing as much of what they're really good at. And so you're going to need to help streamline meetings and paperwork for them. You're going to have to help them get clear bounds of what is reasonable and what is outside their job description. And if you do that, they're going to be more productive. They're going to stay longer. The morale rises. They can help more kids. And in turn, they can help more teachers. So it is a team approach. And I think there are some changes needed for each of the players on that team. The good news is you do have a reasonable number of folks, and they are definitely talented. The second opportunity is a little different. And this is really about trust and goodwill. And I want to say this very clearly, and I would tell you if it was otherwise. The leadership of the district deserves trust, is trustworthy. They are honest. They were straight shooters with us. They deserve goodwill, and yet they don't have as much of it out at the school and staff level, school leadership and staff level, than, quite honestly, their actions would suggest. Here's why we believe there is, and when I say staff, I also mean families, not my apologies, because it is also that the goodwill with the families is not as high as it should be. Here's our analysis of why really good people who are thoughtful and honest haven't generated as much trust and goodwill as their actions would suggest. And it really it's all around communication. There's a perceived lack of clear, transparent communication. And with that uncertainty, with that kind of, I'm not quite sure what you've said, or I'm not quite sure why you've said it, people are not, if they're not certain, they don't necessarily assume positive intent. I think there are all these posters up that say we should do that. I think the reason there are so many posters and bumper stickers is because we don't always. There are a couple areas in which the lack of clarity and transparency have really kind of surfaced most, and I think created this sense of, I don't know if I trust them. Here are the areas. The first is around, from parents, are the services in my students' IEPs being delivered? Now, in many cases, the answer is yes, they are. But if you can't document it well and regularly, how do I know for sure? In some cases, the answer is no, they didn't get delivered this week. We're going to make up for it next week because staff were pulled into meetings or they were pulled into other responsibilities. So I think for the most part, services are happening, but it's harder to prove it than it should be. And sometimes they don't happen every week, which is very frustrating. So that's one area in which if you're going to build up trust, you've got to make sure those IEP services are happening and can be documented. Second is there's a lot of feedback from administrators who don't understand how the staffing decisions are made. To be really frank, every school-based administrator in the country for all of eternity will want more staff. That's just the way it is. But that's not the issue. It is here, this is more about how did you decide how much staff I have? A belief that maybe somebody else got more than I did, and the districts doesn't have as clear and transparent a way of explaining how those staffing decisions were made. Then the third area that came up just more broadly is when the district makes a decision. Again, you're a big district. There are lots of vehicles for distributing information. And what we heard and what we saw is that when you distribute information, you tell people the what, but not the why. Here is our decision. And often, you know, as an outsider looking in, I'm saying that's a reasonable decision. But if you look at the communication, you're not sharing your thinking behind it. You're not sharing all the things you considered and why you couldn't do some things that other people might have liked you to do. And so having a methodology of explaining your reasoning, because your reasoning seems very solid to us, will, I think, go a long way. You can read the quotes. Folks are feeling a level of frustration on a number of aspects of communication. So how do you address this? I think one very quick, and I said very few things are quick, this one is relatively quick, is when you are communicating with staff, building leaders, and families to spend as much time on the why as the what. And this includes literally providing the background. These are all the things we considered. These are why we ruled out these 3 or 4 options. These are the questions we've been hearing from people. We heard you. Here's what we thought about them, and here's our ultimate decision. We also think there could be value in having a senior level ESC liaison position. This is a person who, if staff, principals, or parents have questions, who can they go to? Right now, something we have noticed, even in our meetings with very senior leaders, if individual parents have issues, or if one principal has an issue, if it can't get resolved fairly quickly, it does escalate to the highest ranks of your district. On one hand, that's really impressive. On the other hand, if I was running a 100,000 student district and had thousands of staff reporting to me, I shouldn't be answering individual questions. So having somebody who has the time and can dedicate and access, this is why we did say this is a senior level person, because they're going to need access to upper leadership. But I think being able to answer questions quicker with a dedicated resource would go a very long way to building goodwill. And then we do think that as you go through the next budget building process, having greater clarity on how you determine how much staff and resources go to each school, what is the thinking, would be helpful. And literally putting it in writing, and to making sure that equity is driving that, so that student needs are not going to be the same at every building, looking way beyond caseload, and very thoughtfully thinking through how you make decisions. And again, I want to emphasize that nothing we saw said you were not thoughtfully making decisions, but this is more a comment that you're not clearly communicating how those thoughtful decisions were made. So there is a distinction between the two. Third thought, which does connect very much to and overlaps with the communication piece, is providing consistency of support services written into the IEPs and delivery of those IEP services. As you know, an IEP is a legally binding contract that says for a particular student, this is what they need and this is what we're going to do to help them catch up. And nobody in the district doubts that. What we heard from both staff and families is that, hey, depending on what school I go to, or even what special education or school psychologist teacher is working on my IEP, what I will get might be different. Now, for a district your size, it's never going to be always the same. And obviously, kids are different themselves. They need different things. But there are two kinds of differences, what I call differences with a purpose. You know, what I need and what my brother needed are different. Therefore, our IEP should be different. Conversely, if two kids with very similar needs went through two IEP meetings, there shouldn't be broad differences in what's being provided. The second part is, as we've mentioned, is once you've decided what's in those IEPs thoughtfully and consistently based on what students need, is making sure they're implemented every day, every week, faithfully. And we did hear from a fair number of staff that they're often being pulled, ESE staff in particular, being pulled from providing some of those services that they planned on doing today to support student behaviors. And this is where these first three opportunities do connect. There's more firefighting and on the moment, in the moment support, which mucks up that well thought out, well planned schedule for the day. I think here, I want to make an important point is one of the mistakes, so the challenge in a large district of having consistency of IEPs and thoughtfully and writing in the right services and providing them every week on time and on schedule. Many districts who have this challenge, and large districts tend to, think that they can solve this problem through training and training alone. That has never worked very well. So if you're thinking, whoa, we should be doing a lot of professional development to help address this need, that's not going to be enough. It's not enough because you have turnover. It's not enough because it's hard to change habits. It's not enough because a few hours of training never actually made any of us great at anything. So what we are suggesting is to, yes, you want to strengthen the consistency and the timeliness, but you're going to do this through what we call a robust oversight function. Now, the good news is you actually have some folks in the district who have roughly kind of job titles and roles that could do this. This is not explicitly their charge, so don't be faulting anybody for not doing it. But you need to have a system in which IEPs are reviewed before and after, in which folks are checking to see whether services were delivered every week, documenting that. And to be really clear, this is not a big brother looking in and trying to catch somebody who's not doing their job. You have really hardworking people. This is helpful leaders looking in to say, hey, I see you got pulled out 4 times between Monday and Tuesday from your regular schedule. Let's figure out what we got to do to support you in the school so that doesn't happen. There are no villains here. But it is a system in which it is hard to do everything that folks want to do and know they should be doing. And so don't just rely on training. It's training plus a well-functioning, well-managed, well-supervised oversight and support function. And again, we think you have folks who can do this. And I think to really build the trust with parents, part of this effort is tracking and being able to report that the IEP services have been fulfilled on a weekly basis. And we can talk about it, but even some very large districts, again, you need infrastructure, you need to make this fast, but there are districts that report almost weekly to parents, hey, here's what we were supposed to do this week, here's what we did. And week after week, those two things match and people, you build a lot of trust when you can do that. So those first 3, they are nuanced, they're different, but they're very much a package. The fourth is we're going to talk about the academic supports that are being written into the IEPs. As you decide to get that more standard approach. You know, if two kids with very similar needs, specific learning disability, first, second, third graders struggling to read, they should get fairly similar supports. We want to make sure that those supports closely match best practices. Currently, some do, some vary a bit. And we really want to make sure that as you think about those best practices, to remember and never forget that the teacher and the effectiveness of the teacher has the greatest impact on student learning. It's not curriculum, it's not purchase programs. It is the skill of the teacher and making sure that that stays at the forefront. As a district, you have a higher percentage than you might want of paraprofessionals providing academic services. So if you look at what's written into the IEPs, there is a lot of paraprofessional support providing academic services, 40% of their paraprofessional support going to math and reading. The paraprofessionals are not your strongest teachers because they're not teachers at all. This is a slew of numbers that basically comes down to one point. Paraprofessionals provide more academic support than is best practice. Paraprofessionals, very important in your district. They're not supposed to go away, but they're not supposed to be primary providers of math, reading, writing, and science and social studies support, though. So this means having more emphasis on content-strong teachers, certified teachers who know math, who know reading, who know ELA well, and making sure that paraprofessionals are really supporting health, safety, and behavior needs, not so much academic needs. Certainly for kids with more severe disabilities, paraprofessionals play an even larger role, and nothing in this conversation should be messages paraprofessionals are not really important, but everybody should be playing to their strength. And your teachers, certified math teacher, certified reading teacher, that's their strength when it comes to math and reading. Now, this is going to cause a problem, which is opportunity number 5. Part of the reason in America we are relying as a country on paraprofessionals more and more and more for academic support isn't because it's working, isn't because the researchers say that's really effective. It's because there's a shortage of special education teachers in this country, Florida and particularly so. So everybody's dealing with it. And there's a real cost to having not enough special ed teachers and to having turnover amongst them. And your special ed teachers are feeling overwhelmed. And like everywhere in the country, they are retiring and leaving faster than we want. So there are 2 thoughts, and we will call these newer thoughts, emerging thoughts on how do you address the shortage of special education teachers. And the 2 thoughts are, one is what we call allowing them to play to their strengths. As a special education teacher, as a school psychologist, I am asked to do a gazillion things. IEP meetings, IEP evaluation, know the law, know math, know reading, know science, know behavior. There's a reason the decathlon, the winner of the decathlon in the Olympics is called the world's greatest athlete. Why? Because it's so hard to do 10 things well. Your special educators are all playing in the decathlon every single day. Some of them are stronger in IEPs, and some of them are stronger in reading, and some of them are stronger in behavior. Allowing them to specialize will make them more impactful. It also makes their work easier because they're doing more of what they're good at. Secondly, there is simply not enough special educators in the country. But for academic support, reading, math, and English in particular, you want to look at how do you bring in more general education teachers to work with kids with mild disabilities in these areas, because there are a much larger pool of general education teachers who have the skill sets that could augment your ESC staff. So these are two strategies. Happy to go further into either of them through the Q&A, but simply the strategy of post and try to hire more people probably alone won't be successful. The last thing I wanted to share with you before we take your questions is thinking about the organizational structure. And again, this is so remarkable to me. It's kind of like a history lesson. 10 years ago, the report you had done said, hey, special ed should work better within itself. And that really reflected the thinking at the time that special ed is a really important department, and it kind of stands alone in serving kids with disabilities. What we're saying is it's the coordination and alignment beyond and outside of special ed, because special ed isn't a department that works by itself. It is part of a very interconnected web. And it's how does it connect more closely with behavior, mental health, social emotional behavioral supports, the discipline. These are all parts that special ed doesn't own, shouldn't own completely, but needs to be tightly connected to. And at the same time, how does it connect to the general education supports, the training and the academics that's going on in general ed? So the organizational structure question is, how do you more deeply and tightly connect special ed to other parts of the leadership structure? And then when you do that, making sure roles and responsibilities are clear, because nothing is worse than having multiple people telling you what to do, all of whom are well-intentioned. One possibility, again, to help keep that clarity, is to have an ESE liaison role that helps coordinate between special ed and what I'll call the general ed content leadership. Because remember, the vast majority of your kids with disabilities get the vast majority of their instruction from general education teachers. That's good. That's what it should be. But so most of the work that kids with special needs get most of the help they get comes from gen ed teachers. How do you strengthen that interconnection? And a liaison role might be an answer to that. I think I've talked about all that already. So let me stop there. I'm going to stop sharing. And happy to take your questions. And actually, so a quick, who wants to facilitate
I
the
got it,
questioning?
Nate.
Okay, thank you. Thank
We
you,
have Ms.
Supervisor.
Miller has a question.
Hi, thank you for presenting this today. And I just want to touch on a few topics that you mentioned. This is very valuable information for our district. That report that was done by the Urban Collaborative report was done in 2007. And several things we are still working on that you've mentioned again, which has changed a little bit over the past decade, but discipline and behavior was big on that report as well. And I think we made some improvements with PBIS, whether we're using that across the district or not. That was something that was implemented at the time to improve that. The qualified teachers has always been an issue and will continue to be an issue. What stood out to me again was this position that you speak of. In the last report, they talked about the position would work alongside the assistant super over learning and the general ed connection, because what we saw then and what we still see today is we're moving kids into the least restrictive environment. 80% of our students are fully included, but with that, there is the connection to the gen ed discipline and academics and supervisory roles. We have ESE area managers who do amazing jobs in our ESE staff, but when they get to the schools, they don't have any kind of supervisory role over the administrators of the school. So a lot of suggestions are being made and plans are being put together that are never implemented because there is not that position to make sure the fidelity, we're doing that with fidelity for every area. So I would like to see that position. Now, we've mentioned it 13 years ago. We've mentioned it similar today. What you're saying is that connection on the academic piece. And I think that position, that one person could be a little broader if we had someone who could follow up to make sure 80% of these kids are in regular ed classes. How are we supporting them? because we've also moved from a different model. We had a lot of individual units, which now have been condensed. District staff made the decision to open just these VE self-contained units in our general education schools. But in doing that, we are putting students back in the classroom, a lot of students back in the classroom with individual needs. And how do we address that? So I think that's a barrier that we've consistently tried to make progress with. So I was pleased to see that again today. That only tells us that that needs to be a priority, and when we're moving forward, that guiding the principles, the organizational issues that we discussed, that you discussed, and that my experience has been, I think will kind of help build on some of the other areas, like implementation. The fact that you have districts having some kind of follow-up, we have a check system, but it's not something that I think we're staffed to do on a consistent basis. So there is no way to really prove that any of this is happening with the IEPs, that they're being fulfilled. So some kind of easy data system, because I wouldn't want to put more data on teachers, but that's been an issue with us. And because it's not consistent school to school, how is the IEP being implemented? What can we show parents or advocates or people in the community that these services have been provided? So I think that's a high goal for me as well. And I was very taken back that 73% of paras time is giving instruction, because that's a liability issue. Our teachers are to give instruction and they're to support, but I do hear a lot from our paras and our ESE teachers about being pulled from classrooms. So we need to look at that. And that's an organizational piece. That's a scheduling. That's a staffing issue, which we were talking about today. So it's interesting this was delivered on the same day we're going over the staffing plan. I think this is great information. It's useful. We can look back at what we've made progress in, but some of the same things we talked about in 2007 are in your report. So I think when we start structuring how to address it, we need to take that into consideration. And also take into consideration the feedback given. You collected some great feedback from staff. You created an environment for them to be able to sit and give that honest feedback. And I think that's going to be very useful. So I think we've learned a lot today. How we implement it is going to be the key. The community was glad to see there was another report being done. The investment was significantly more than the last one, but this is very much more detailed. The next question is going to be implementation. So I would like to see a timeline and a logical timeline of how some of this can be completed, so we can make even larger progress. And 10 years from now, we don't have a list that's similar to this.
Great. I appreciate, I'm happy to hear that you found this helpful. I think your comments around implementation are 100% on the money. I think there are a few thoughts as you think through this focus on implementation. One is, this is not an ESE implementation effort. ESE is an important party to it, can't be done without them, but nor can they do it themselves. As you rightfully mentioned, building principals don't report to ESE. Classroom teachers don't report to ESE. Many of the things we need to address have to be done and led by building principals and classroom teachers. So the first is to really think of this as a joint effort. And if it is thought of as an ESE-led effort, it in and of itself is probably not going to be implemented well. That's kind of my first thought. It's joint, it's bigger than ESE. Second is, sorry.
That's okay. In the past, I would like your input on that. In the past, we've had discussions because when we're bringing principals and training them into their role, we have not provided them the ESE tools for the students in these classrooms. And in the past, we've talked about, not completely, I have a lot of principals who I have to go over the terms and the jargon with them. It's just not their background. So we have talked about in the past, and we brought up more than once, that we need to have some kind of training for either APs or our principals, almost just ESE specific. Either it's an academy they do or some kind of training to give them the knowledge. So they're not, people are gonna come in with questions and people holding them accountable. And right now, it just depends on what your previous experience was. If you weren't an ESE teacher or had a background in it, you're sitting in a position in desperate need of that knowledge. So that's another piece that I think we should build in, to give them those tools and to understand they are accountable for those ESE students. You you have to pay attention to what those ESC staff are telling you. So that was great information that you gave here today. Sorry if I interrupted.
No, that's helpful. And then it's the other thought I wanted to share about the implementation is I really encourage you to embrace what we call systems thinking. There are so many moving parts here. So for example, if you want classroom teachers to own more of the academics, you have to have them have the support for tier 3 behaviors, because they can't focus on anything else until the tier 3 behaviors are being better addressed. But you can't address tier 3 behaviors through your experts if classroom teachers are looking to send tier 1 challenges to the experts as well, because they get overloaded. You can't ask your principals to become more knowledgeable on special ed, which I believe you need to do, if they don't have a go-to person in their building who can kind of be their wingman or wingwoman throughout the year. And they're going to be reluctant to be a point person if they don't have easy, fast, clean communication, which is why you may want the communication point person. If they do have a question, nothing bothers a principal more than being asked a question they can't answer themselves, because they have so much trust that they want to build with parents that if they can't get an answer quickly and accurately, they're just going to say, hey, here's a number, call them. So none of these are unsolvable, but really making sure you think through the 3 or 4 dominoes that need to topple in place to make these things work. Good things will happen. But trying to fix any one thing in isolation tends to be, particularly in a district your size, undermines the implementation.
Okay, thank you. We have a question coming from Mr. Wilson.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Levinson, or Mr. Levinson, for the report. An excellent report, very thorough. I actually have 2 questions.
Sure.
I noticed that you did some rather in-depth and detailed interviews with our employees, and as it relates to how much time they're spending doing various activities. And you provided the results of that report for psychologists and counselors, but I didn't see any results for our teachers. Did you also do those interviews for the teachers? And if so, do you have that information?
Sure. So the answer is yes, we definitely did what we call that schedule sharing across a very wide range of staff roles. So including special education teachers, paraprofessionals, speech and language related services, counselors. What we've tried to do in our report is, we keep telling you, and I know when I first met you all, seems like more than a year ago, we wanted to give you a short list of things to focus on. So we looked at an enormous amount of data. What we're sharing back with you is the pieces that we felt were most relevant to the things you might want to focus on. And the reason we shared the data set around the psychologists and the counselors is we felt those were the areas that needed more attention. And again, they're not the villains, they're the victims of being asked to do so many things. And we wanted to make sure you as a board saw that. We do have the data on the special education teachers, for example. Reason it didn't make it into the report is what we saw was very typical. It wasn't an area of focus, but we definitely looked very, very broadly.
Well, and so I guess my question is, it appears that there's a suggestion that our in-class teachers, not special education teachers or teachers with special assignments, just that our general education teachers, they may be able to take on some additional roles and assignments. So my question is that information available for them, for the general?
Got it. So
doing the special things.
Sorry, I misunderstood your question. No, we did not do the schedule sharing for general education teachers. That's beyond the scope of our work. But
Okay.
I do agree with you that we need to be very cautious about how much more we ask gen ed staff to do. I mean, even without the schedule sharing, based on our interviews, based on our walkthroughs, they're clearly very busy. They are clearly stretched very thin. And this is where I think the systems thinking comes, that if you can't take off their plate some of the more severe behavior needs, they will have no capacity to be able to play a bigger role on the tier 1 and tier 2. So I definitely think you can't do one without the other.
So I have one more question, but before I get to that question, you did this on an FTE basis.
Yes,
Could you help me understand that?
sure. So what we've done is basically it said if you had a person who was working, say, half time, we would have weighted their schedule a half compared to somebody who's working full time.
Okay. Thank you. And so this is my next question. I think at least what I got from your report was that you really reinforced, I think, what I already believed to be true, and that is
Did you freeze up just for me or for all of you as well?
Mr. Wilson, can you hear us?
Okay, so it's not just me. I'm feeling better.
Okay, Mr. Wilson, if you can hold that question when you unfreeze, we'll come back to you. I'm going to go over to Mr. Reynolds. Mr. Wilson, you there?
yes, I'm here. Can you hear
Okay,
me?
we can hear you now. We have you.
Okay, I'm sorry. So what I was saying is I think that you've reinforced what at least I already believed, and that is we need additional resources. What I'm unclear about is if we have the resources and can simply reallocate them, and if we need additional resources, what would that mean from a budget perspective? Is there some sense of that?
Well, I think the way I think about it is, again, both as a former board member and as a former superintendent, the needs of your kids are significant, and that's true everywhere. And I will never say that you don't need more staff. Every district in this country wants and deserves more staff than they have. I think, though, as important is two realizations. One is, for the staff you have, or even new staff you hire, are you getting the most out of them? And I don't mean by working them an extra hour a day, but allowing them to play to their strengths, allowing them to do the things they're really good at, not getting pulled into things that shouldn't really be on their plate. That's going to be more impactful than hiring a couple more people. So I always think the first step is make their work more impactful for the folks you've got, and it's more rewarding for them because you want to stem the turnover. And this playing to strengths does stem turnover. We've done this in other districts, and staff just say it's such a better job. The second thing is, it's not just how many people you have, it's what skills do they have. So if you said, hey, we're going to increase the number, we're going to budget for 50 more ESE teachers, I'm not sure you can hire 50. You can find 50 more ESE teachers. And if in turn that meant you're going to get 70 more paraprofessionals, because that you could find, that's not, if the goal is academics, that's not going to close your achievement gap. And so if you're going to fund more after you address the impact of the folks you have, is thinking about that recommendation around bringing in general education staff, reading teachers, math teachers to support academically kids with disabilities. And in the same way, if you're going to be bringing in school psychologists or social emotional folks, making sure they have the skill set, very, very specific skill set about tier 3 behaviors, that too will make a world of difference. So step one, get the most out of the folks you got. Step two, make sure you're asking for the right folks if you're going to add any.
So you're suggesting essentially reassignment, realignment, more focused on specific types of skill sets and not necessarily additional staff.
I mean, if we look at the benchmarking for the social emotion behavioral staff collectively, you've got a typical number. Now, to be fair, being typical is not great. Everybody feels understaffed there, but at least you're not dramatically under. You are low on ESE teachers, but that is as much about the fact that there are just not enough of them out there. The number of ESE teachers in America has been declining steadily for a decade, while the need has been growing. So again, I'm not suggesting you shouldn't be thinking of more staff, but I don't think that alone, simply adding some positions to the budget in and of itself won't move the needle to the extent that you might hope. So it may be part of the answer, but I don't think it is alone the answer.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Superintendent Byrd.
Thank you. Next question is from Ms. Reynolds.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for sharing your time with us today. The report itself was extremely helpful and the PowerPoint was helpful as well. My first question is, can we get a copy of the PowerPoint so that I can go back through it? Because I was taking notes, but
Sure.
some of them went too quickly. So if we could get a copy, that would be great. I had a few things. So the comparable districts, I know it says on the little asterisk below that they're nationwide from your database. Do you know offhand if any of those are Florida districts or if there's any
Sure.
in
So,
the area
so,
that are
yeah,
comparable?
so the database has about 1,400 school districts in it, represents about 10 million students, 15
Gotcha.
million, excuse me. So it is large. We are comparing you to, as I said, so some will be in Florida, some are going to be in the
So
other
it's just
40
an
some odd
average of all of
states.
those.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. The next thing, the second point really stuck out to me. We have great people, and I truly believe that they're doing the right thing and that there is a why, and the why just doesn't always get communicated. And I don't necessarily know that that's because I don't think it's because it's not there. I think it is there. It just isn't always communicated to parents and staff that that's something that it just gets lost in translation. So I would love to see us do a better job. And this is not necessarily just an ESE. I think in a lot of the things that we do, the why doesn't, it takes a little while to get the why. And if we just give the why, it answers most of the questions and people start to understand. So I thought that was a great point, and I appreciate you highlighting it and bringing it up. The second thing was the point person. I think where do they go is a common question that we get. I get calls all the time that we spend a lot of time redirecting our parents and teachers that call us back to, okay, this is who you're supposed to need to talk to about this. This is who you need to talk to about this. I don't know if we have a contact list of, if you're looking for someone, this is who you should call in each department, but I think district-wide, that probably would be something to look at doing. So that we do know, because a lot of times, even when parents call me, I have to call Superintendent Byrd or Mr. Hill or somebody to say, who should I direct this person to? Just so if there is some sort of liaison for each department that we can say, this is who you should be contacting, that would be extremely helpful. My last thing was, and I don't know if I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself, but I don't know if Dr. Steinke has any thoughts or looking at moving forward that she would like to kind of discuss a little bit. If we're saving that for a later time, that's totally fine. I don't mean to put you on the spot, but I know that you've been dealing with this group for about a year, so I'd love to hear your thoughts on moving forward.
I'd love to share some thoughts. Could we do it after all the board members ask questions, if you don't mind? So I could
Absolutely. That would
and
be
hit
great.
everybody? Okay.
Yes. Thank you
Not
so
hit
much.
everybody, but everybody's points.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate it. And that was my last question.
Okay, thank you. Next question is coming from Ms. Fortney.
Yes, thank you. I remember when we first approved, which I was kind of skeptical of spending that much money on a report from the get-go. But I believe what it really did after our first interview, when they called each board member in, I shared with them that they asked what our strength was, and I said our people that care are our strength, and I think the report shows that. The students and staff are stories; they're not just statistics. It's what we've all known, I think, and now all these comments and concerns are actually in writing. And we can like document that because I've been hearing this for years. So I'm looking at that as what we need and how we go to get it. I know what we need. How do we get about having that happen? The behaviors in opportunity number 1 is something that we have all discussed, I believe, every single board meeting. Opportunity number 3 are people being pulled to cover different things, not being able to do their job within their 4 walls. That includes our para and our ESE support staff. All over. So those are my two big concerns. I would really like to see a timeline, like Ms. Miller said, on implementing this so it doesn't just become another document that we don't act on. Thank you.
And
Thank
if I
you.
could just echo your staff are great. They are very talented. They are very committed. They are very stressed by all this. So I think the good news is they are ready, willing, and able to help implement these things because it's going to be great for kids and great for them. And I think, through all of this, you really want to make sure that as you are moving forward, that every step is both good for kids and good for your staff. And I think sometimes, and I think some districts have made the mistake of saying, hey, our teachers ought to do this because our kids need it. And I hate to say this publicly, but you can't just focus on the students. Because if your teachers are stressed, if your teachers are burning out, your kids don't win in the long run either. And we got to move from that either or to both and. And I think you've got the staff who want to move to the next level if moving to the next level doesn't make their lives even more stressful.
Yes, can I follow up with that?
Yes.
Because the gen ed teacher already feels that. And again, it's about supports in the classroom. I've used this example. Used to, I'd have one kid every day, all day long, that needed that tier 3 extra intervention. Now I've got 3 in one group, and I've got 6 groups. So that's 18 kids. So that I don't want to put something more on a gen ed teacher. One of the last things that was sent out to us as classroom teachers was one of those checklists that we met the IEP every single day. That's great if you only have 2 or 3 of them to do, but when you have a class full, that is a lot of paperwork. That's all I'm going to say about that.
Okay. Thank you. Ms. Cunningham?
Thank you so much, Madam Superintendent. I just wanted to also thank Mr. Levinson for the wonderful report that you have given us today. Most importantly, I support this, of course, but I noticed that there are 6 different areas that you have defined for us. And as we work through implementing this over time, I understood your very beginning to say you're probably not going to be able to do everything all at once because it may just, it's like any report. You have to sort of take and prioritize the items and then move forward. So I would like, when everyone is done making comments or questions today, I would love to hear from Ms. Steinke and ultimately our superintendent to see, I'm sure they've had an opportunity maybe to look at this report. If not, maybe, the next time we meet to kind of see what your thoughts are in implementation, timelines, all those things, and also to see which of the items and how you prioritize those 6 areas. All very important, but I recognize in an organization our size, trying to do those, all 6 of them at one time, may not work and may not work appropriately in order to serve the students. So whenever we get to that point in this discussion today, and maybe we don't have that discussion today, that may be something we're going to do at a later workshop, but I think it'll be interesting to see what our superintendent feels is the appropriate way to go forward, or are you going to blend certain ones together to make this work? And I too am very supportive of this ESC liaison as you've presented it. That is so important when working with children, to have somebody that all of us can point the direction to when we get calls or maybe meet someone at a grocery store and they have a concern about a kid. Who can they go to? Because I know I've received those and they're very poignant and they're very important. And those issues have to be addressed with those children. And yes, I agree with all the responses that you have indicated in this report, I think all of us have touched those students and those families in our district. And I'm not sure also the communication piece is probably one of the most important ones to me, because I feel like sometimes we do things and it's just a matter of being able to communicate it to the appropriate person to get back to that parent. So yeah, there's all of these things are just incredible that you've been able to put into words, in my case, feelings that I've had throughout the years after discussions with parents and students in our district. So yeah, I would just like to move forward with this and see sort of where the priorities lie and how we think we can begin to address them. Thank you, Madam Superintendent.
Thank you. The next question is coming from Ms. Fields.
That you provided today. I've been on the board for a minute, and I remember when I originally came on the board, the ESC department was in very poor condition, and the suggestions that came from the earlier assessment, a lot of those have been implemented. If I remember correctly, I think we basically dismantled our ESC department and came up with a new structure. And I think because of that, some of the things that you referenced as being commendable generated from the work of the reorganization of the ESC department. I will say that behavior and the training and helping with the IEPs are a lot of the concerns that I get on a regular basis from parents as well as from educators. So I think that those two pieces of support is very crucial and very important. I would be interested in knowing, are there other school districts that have the ESC liaison position that you're recommending for us?
So I've seen it in a few districts. I think that, and be totally candid, I think of it as potentially a transitional position. The reason we recommended it isn't because it is a standard that everybody has. We recommended it because given where you are today, and let me kind of share with you how we analyzed this and came to it. In the perfect world, if I'm a parent of a student with a disability and I have a question, in the perfect world, you go to your school and the principal or a school-based special ed leader can answer 95% of those questions. And if they can't, they say, great question, give me a day, 24 hours, I know exactly who to reach out to in central office, I'm gonna get a clean, clear answer, and I'm gonna get back to you by tomorrow. That's a world that you wanna move towards, where these decisions are made and answered quickly and accurately and consistently at the school level. So that's the best case situation. You can't do that tomorrow. You can't do that next year because your principals, as a number of you pointed out, don't have that training, because you don't have the consistency from building to building. Nothing worse than getting a fast answer from a principal that is different from 3 of your friends on the Facebook group who asked a similar question. So without some greater consistency, which is I think opportunity 3, you don't want every principal as spokesperson. Second, what we saw today, we've been in the district quite a few times, and I'd be in meetings with a few of the folks on the screen and a bunch of their direct reports, and I'd see the text come in. We're talking about folks at the highest level of a 100,000 student district, and they're saying, oh, excuse me, I've got to get back to a parent, or I have a principal who needs an answer in the next half an hour. You're a system today, and it's remarkable how generous and responsive your very senior leaders are. But I will tell you that it's not a sustainable high scale system that an individual parent concern rises to the senior ranks of central office. So the idea was, given that your school-based staff aren't yet in a position to be the answer as many questions as you'd like. And it doesn't make sense to be pulling very senior people in 3 times in an hour out of a meeting to respond. Having a senior person who people know, principals in particular, you all would know, this is a person who doesn't have 100 other responsibilities, including being on this meeting for the next few hours, who can be focusing on this. And we felt that that's why we wanted to centralize it for now. We felt it needed to be a senior person because part of their job is to answer questions, but part of it is to see, hey, which questions are getting asked so often that we need to put in place a solution, or we need to put out a communication that says, this is the answer. So for the 190 of you who haven't asked it yet, here is the answer. So we want this person to both be a fast source of information, but also a person with enough clout to prevent future questions from being asked. And if there are challenges or problems that are being identified, they have position and access to make those problems not happen next week or the next week. And so that's why the model. So I think you need it. I think it would go a long way to building trust. But interesting enough, the most successful state will be when you don't need it anymore at all.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think we have a question coming from Ms. Miller.
I apologize. I just had a couple of things. That position you're speaking of is valuable because when we were a little bit smaller of a district, we've kind of grown in size relatively quickly the last 10 or 15 years. That was how it operated, and it still operates like that. So we would have a list coming from the advocacy side of this. Before I was on the board, there would be a list of parents or issues or crisis that the top administrators have to deal with directly. And so having someone to go to that, I just want to be cautious of it's running like that now because we have a lack of understanding in the sites, in the schools. And so until we do, we're going to have some kind of open book to someone who can deal with those things. The faster we put this in place and training would be beneficial for our staff at the top administration levels. I want to talk a little bit about organizational structure. And some of the documents, I have multiple documents from your group. I guess I asked for too much, but I want to talk about budgeting. And when we talk about playing to the strengths and picking people to do that, we work in a very compliance-based system. You have this many students, you get this many teachers, you have this many paras. Structurally, how, in your experience in the schools you've seen, how are they hiring and organizing and structuring to the strengths of individuals is question one. And then two, you talked about we have our behavior and mental health. We have departments that are not aligned. And budgeting, back to budgeting, not all of ESC, in my opinion, is IDEA because we have so many kids in general settings. How do we move from budgeting things from general funds or different allocations to support the broad range of students in these classrooms? Because the support you're giving is best practice and will be used for all students. So I don't know that it singularly needs to come out of every dollar. It needs to come out of a very, weakened IDA budget. So those two questions, and if you can talk a little bit about the middle and high school counselors that you mentioned and what their jobs could be used to or differently, that would be my interest. Thank you.
Sure. So I think three questions. I'll take each of them. So playing to strengths. There are 2 key steps to allowing staff to play to their strengths. The first is for folks who are already in the district, which is lots. And we've done this in other districts. It is literally having a safe, no blame process where you say to your ESC staff, to your school psychs and others, tell me what you're really good at. Tell me what we ask you to do that if you never had to do it again, you would smile. I have led personally hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of those sessions. If you all aren't in the room, they'll tell us in a heartbeat what their strengths are and what the things that are not their strengths. What you're going to identify is, well, we've got some people who really like the IEP process. they think it's important, they're good at it, and others who think it is the worst part of their job. You get some people who say, I am pretty strong in teaching reading, but between you and me, I struggled in math when I was in high school. I still do, but you guys asked me to help a kid with math. I'm going to do it because you asked me. But if I never had to do it again, I'd be very happy. So if you start to identify folks' strengths, you then to start assign. So imagine a school that had, and I'm going to super simplify, a school that had 3 ESE teachers, and one ends up doing mostly reading support, and one does mostly the IEP process, and one does mostly behavior, because those were the 3 things they're really good at. And this is reality. You never get to spend your whole day only doing the things you want. But if you can get 75, 80% of your day doing that, that's a much better day and much more impact. Now, when you go to hiring new people, and this is where there's a huge competitive advantage in a world in which there are not enough special educators, to literally run an ad that says, we are looking for a school psych to only do the IEP process, or to only do counseling, or a special educator where you can say, hey, if you come work for us, you won't do math, you will do reading. The folks, they want to work for you now. It is such a competitive advantage. So you hire, actually ask, saying, and this is what principals start to do, is they say, well, I've got too many people in my building who are strong in IEPs and not enough strong in reading. So if somebody leaves, I know to advertise, look for somebody stronger in reading than IEPs, because I'm already covered there. So a strategy for the folks you have, a strategy for the folks you want to get. It's really powerful for both kids and staff alike. So that's kind of the process. Your question about who pays for and how do you organize the social, emotional, and behavioral supports. I really appreciate your comment. And these are national data, because I don't have your report out in front of me. But nationally, 13% of kids have a disability, and 30 to 40 to 50% will benefit from social, emotional, behavioral supports, and about 100% are part of Tier 1 services. So it's the mind shift and the budget. Social, emotional, behavioral started in special ed 20, 30 years ago. It is so much bigger than special ed today. The staff aren't necessarily part of special ed. The funding won't all be special ed either. It's much bigger than special ed, but special ed is part of it. Then I think your last question about counselors, that's such a good example. Middle school and high school counselors, it's such a good example of playing to your strengths and of having clarity. As a high school counselor, I do, I can be doing work around dropout prevention, about getting kids into college, about counseling kids, about mental health services. All of those are very legitimate. I could also be in charge of helping out during, state testing, and maybe in some schools I'm used to cover a class or two if we don't have a sub, or maybe I'm being asked to help out in lunch. As a school counselor, there are 50 reasonable things that you might ask them to do. And in different districts, their job descriptions would look differently. What we saw was 2 things. One, that some are being asked to do all 50. That's an exaggeration for a point. But that's way too many. And some of the things that they're being asked to do don't play to their strengths. And so in the case of the counselors and in other positions, having a process by which the counselors themselves, school leaders, and central office collectively sit down and ask a couple questions like, what is the best use of your time? What stops you from doing more of that? Just having those discussions and making that plan almost always improves the situation. What you have, I think, is just really hardworking people doing everything they're asked, and lots of different people asking them. Nobody bad, but it's not maximizing the input, and it does burn people out in a big way.
Thank you for answering all of those. And I think it goes back to making the mind shift from compliance-based practices to, just moving to best practice. What you said, what's helping the small minority group of people is really good for everyone. So thank you for answering those questions.
And the next question is coming from Mr. Wilson.
Thank you, Superintendent Byrd. And I'm going to apologize in advance to my colleagues and the superintendent, Mr. Levinson, for getting on my soapbox just a little bit here. But what I hear routinely and consistently throughout this discussion is process and consistency in process. And, we have many, many very talented individuals in our district. They're very good at what they do. But at the highest level, I'm going to argue again and advocate again. We really need somebody with strong process skills to bring those kinds of things together. And just to kind of emphasize this a little bit, I think back to the days when the district really struggled with finance and budget. It was really a significantly greater problem than I think most people realized. Now we made a change, and now we have an individual who is clearly competent and professional in those areas, and it's made a huge difference to our district. I would argue that our fund balance at being below what it should be, we're able to get away with that simply because of our clean audits and our clean financial position. So having a professional in that position has made all the difference in the world to the district. I'm going to advocate again for someone who has really strong process skills. I think most folks don't really realize what that means. I think most of us believe we have strong process skills, but the reality was, if we look back at our finances and our budget, folks thought we were okay. When we made the change, we saw just how big a difference it made. Same thing here. What we're hearing is that we have some challenges when it comes to consistency and process throughout the district, and having someone who can manage that professionally, I think, will be a huge asset to our district. So thank you for indulging me for a minute in saying that.
Ms. Wilson, if I could just add, and I am a strong believer that processes matter and are very powerful. I think what I've seen, and I've studied a lot of large special education organizations, and some run a lot smoother and tighter than others. One of the things we've seen in large districts is not only do you have somebody at the top who has these kind of strong process skills, but for that person to be able to be effective, they need what we will call, and I don't mean this derogatorily, middle management. And I will caution that school boards generally don't love middle management. They don't love to fund it. They like the people, perhaps. But what ends up happening is, if I'm a leader with strong process skills and I have de facto 500 or 1,000 direct reports who I am trying to get to follow a process, but that doesn't work either. And so having somebody at the top that has strong process ability, very important, but they need a medium-sized army of folks who are working for them and with them to be helping classroom, special education teachers and principals at the building implement the processes, monitor those processes. So if you look at like that opportunity 3, I think that's very much in line with your process recommendation. But I think it is both a person at the top, but also somebody between very senior management and frontline staff. Otherwise, the span of control is just 3 orders of magnitude off of what is common. And the good news is, I think you have many of these people, or at least many of these positions already, but they're not organized necessarily to do that role.
Okay, next question is coming in from Mr. Townsend.
Hi, I want to apologize to everybody for being late. There are like 2 days a year in my work that I can't take a vacation and stay employed. So this was one of them. Secondly, I'm not going to make you go through. I'll watch this and catch up to it. But I did have a question about the 23% deficit in VET teachers compared to other districts, and it may have been answered already. But you said similar districts, and I was curious if that was similar nationwide or specific to Florida. Who were the peer districts you were looking at in that similar?
Yep. So it is a database that we built. It covers 1,400 school districts, about 15 million students, 44 states are in there. We've compared you to districts that have similar student demographics and similar levels of per pupil spending. So it is a very large comparison. And from what we can gather from our research, that a significant driver of the lower level of ESC teachers is a shortage of ESC teachers in both Florida as a whole and your region as well. It came up in conversation after conversation. There just aren't enough to fill the need. And as I'd mentioned, two things are happening. It pushes you to more paraprofessionals. And it should hopefully, as a result of this work, push you to thinking about how can general education staff supplement the ESE staff, which could be both very good academically and also minimizes the role of paraprofessionals in academic support. But there is a shortage, and it is acutely felt in your district. Shortage of folks to hire.
Well, just to dig deep into that a bit more. It sounds like Florida and the region as a whole also suffer from this.
Yes.
Are we markedly different from Florida and the region in your observation, or are we typical?
I think you're typical for large districts. If you think about, I'm a special education teacher, 9 districts want to hire me tomorrow. I have a lot of choice where I want to go. Smaller, well-funded, more affluent districts, quite honestly, it can be a little easier to work in. And they have less of a challenge hiring folks than you all or any district of your size and demographics will have.
So this also reflects to some extent the state's inability to attract ESE teachers and to have that pipeline in place. Like that's a fair. Okay. And I guess, but do we stand out within that, or are we just part of that stream?
Part of that stream.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and I think Dr. Stinky, you were going to follow up with some questions as well. Or some comments, I'm sorry.
Sure. Just really quick, as you guys have heard, Nate is amazing as far as his information and ability to deliver that information as well. So it's been a joy and a pleasure working with him for the last year. I've personally learned a lot as well. So thank you, Nate, for that. To touch on some of the things that Ms. Reynolds was asking as far as my thoughts moving forward, Ms. Fortney actually made a comment that I totally 100% agree on, and that this has helped us identify the strength of our people from the classroom base to the district level, and the work that our teams are doing to serve our students that are struggling across the board is amazing. And so I appreciate the opportunity that has come out in this report, and that you've recognized that as well. As it's also been noted, we've made a lot of progress since that first report was done over 10 years ago. And a lot of work has been done, both before I was here and since I've arrived several years ago. And I'm proud of that. It's a lot of big work, and there's a lot more to do. So, that's a nice thing to be able to see and look back on and see that progress. One of the things that I'm most appreciative of that also came out and that we continue to work on is the collaborative spirit and the support that we have across the district. Obviously, we all know how supportive Ms. Bird is of all our students, families, teachers, staff, everybody, and her leadership in that. But I can tell you that this only works for our kids and our families because of the collaborative effort between the Learning Support Division and our other departments, our cabinet members, their teams, their departments, our principals, the regional assistant superintendents, and our parents as well. Our ESC advisory team has gotten strong and is moving forward. So that collaborative spirit that we have really moving forward is what's helping us. And I appreciate that, and we'll continue that as well. There's some of the stuff that's in the report in those opportunities that, we've already been working on. The behavior supports and the student behavior response team that we've implemented over the last year, has been phenomenal as far as pulling our teams together and really putting some things in place. Of course, there's still a lot to go with that, but we've seen some great progress with some of those students that we'll be able to share at a later date. But that's some work that we're already doing, and we'll keep doing that. Rachel's team, is great with us as far as communication when we're trying to get information out about how we're supporting students. So that communication piece, I do agree on we need to do a better job of explaining the why. I think our challenge with that is that sometimes the why about special education is so complex and difficult to explain that it can become overwhelming. So trying to figure out how to do that in a way that is user friendly, and not as technical from us that live it every day is a challenge. But we do need to work on that, and I agree. And then working on implementing IEP services and monitoring that's been my entire career. We, as special educators, we hear that all the time. We do have some systems in place where we have been piloting over the last couple of years, documenting IEP services and getting that information out. And that's a system that we continue to tweak. Our ESE team and our department, our managers, our staffing specialists, our LEA facilitators have been working on that. And we know that that's a reality that parents want to see, and we need to be able to document, explain better. So it's the opportunities that are provided in that report are all very legitimate, and weren't necessarily surprising to me, other than Nate put them in a way that was a little bit easier to explain and share. And lastly, I just ask for everybody's patience. It's going to take a good several years to really keep this ball moving and moving forward and continue to see progress. But we're going on the right trajectory, and that's what I appreciate. That's all my comments.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Nate, do you have any? Ms. Miller has a question. You have to unmute. We can't hear you.
Forgot I was in charge of that. Thank you to Dr. Sankey and her comments on what we're currently working on. I just have two things. I'm really interested in how she perceives the organizational piece of hiring or changing job descriptions or changing how we're currently working to play to people's strengths, how that would be received at the sites, the school site level. And out of the next steps that were given by Mr. Levinson, what she feels, we understand that it's going to take, I think everybody understands it's going to take time. Some of this over the last 10 years, has been improved on, and a lot of it either has changed because of laws, or we need to actually prioritize it. I don't want to be like another district, my friends to the south, who paid for a similar report and have made no efforts, unfortunately, from the community standpoint, to implement a lot of these changes they were suggested. So I would like to have a timeline, even if it's a fluid document that's changing, of what we can do and what the time would be to make these improvements. But Dr. Sankey, if you were going to prioritize what you could move on these 6 next steps, what would be your suggestion?
Well, first, as far as changing job descriptions and roles of staff at schools, I don't necessarily believe that would be a negative issue if we could clearly define it and explain it. Our teachers are very talented. I mean, we've seen that just over the last 8 weeks and what they've been able to do through distance learning. So they can rise to the occasion and do what needs to be done to support our students. I think we just have to very clearly define what we would like that to be and how that would look for certain staff members, and how that would be different. So I think it's doable. It's just we'd have to be very clear on it and diligent on how we explain it.
And Dr. Stanky, if I can
Just
jump
could
in
jump
for a
in.
quick quick second. I think we have to also remember, Ms. Miller, one thing Nate said that stands out is not just ESC. It's going to be, we got to look at the gen ed teachers also. And so when you're talking about looking at job descriptions and role, we have to look at it as an entire system and not just a siloed approach to that. So I think that is very important. And I think that that could be how we got into this over time, is that it was more siloed and now we're trying to break it out. And that was a very key. And that's one thing that stood out in the report to me, is that you have to look at it as an entire system and not just a particular group.
I appreciate that. Mrs. Bird, for a superintendent to make this a priority, I can tell you that in the past, we've had some very dear superintendents who cared about all kids, but the reason we have a lot of these issues is because it's never really been a priority from the very top. And so if in making that happen, so school principals and staff and parents know that it is a priority and how we are communicating to them, I think will bring success for these items that he's listed here today. Dr. Steinke, I think you were finishing, sorry.
I was just going to say, to answer your other question about prioritizing items, it's kind of hard because they're all so important and valuable, and they kind of do overlap in different areas. And we're already working on a couple of them. I would say I'm kind of torn right now between the third one of consistency of support with IEPs and the reconfiguring the organizational structure specifically because of the social emotional learning needs of our kids. We've been talking about that for a while anyways, and we have it in pockets and we've been addressing it as much as we can. But I think now it's going to be even more important than ever coming out of this pandemic that we really focus on what that's going to look like. So, which of course is going to then play into IEP services for some kids as well, that, the students that have that on their IEPs, but it's a bigger picture than just students with disabilities. So I'm kind of torn between those two things, but and beside, like I said, we're already working on some of the other ones anyway. So, but it's not my decision anyways. It's a team effort of, cabinet and the regionals that are making those decisions and those priorities. So, and we've been talking about it, trying to figure out, what do we want to do?
Okay. We have a question from Mr. Wilson.
Yeah, again, just a comment, and I appreciate Superintendent Bird's comments about this being a systems issue. It truly isn't. Mr. Levinson said that as well. It's a systems issue. Systems matter. That's process, and that's what COOs do. Finding a high quality COO would be incredibly helpful in ensuring that we use a systems process in solving these problems. But I wanted to say that my suggestion for COO, a systems person, is not an indictment of Dr. Steinke. Dr. Steinke, I think you've done a wonderful job. Appreciate all of the hard work you've done. So my comments are not at all, it shouldn't be inferred as being an indictment of the job. You've done a remarkable job. So I just wanted to clear that up. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a question from Ms. Reynolds.
Thank you. I just wanted to follow up with what Dr. Steinke was saying. I mean, we've heard Superintendent Bird say numerous times over the past few years that turning a ship doesn't happen overnight, and this is a pretty large ship that we're steering. So I think we all realize that we're not expecting to snap our fingers and have everything be perfect tomorrow, but we realize that you're working in that direction and we'll be there soon. But if there's anything that we can do to support your efforts, please always feel free to bring it to us, because we're here to support you and make sure that you're able to support our kids to the best of your ability. So thank you.
Thank you.
Question coming from Mr. Townsend.
Yeah, a couple of things. To Ms. Miller's point about a timeline, I think less a timeline than a regular revisiting of what's in this report. I think we ought to set a date, whether it be quarterly or every 6 months, where we revisit what has been done related to the findings in this document and the steps to be taken. I think that's very important to ensure that momentum is built, and I think it really is incumbent upon the board, the elected board, to make sure that stays on people's plates. Secondly, I found the findings in the document very helpful. There's a lot of good data in there. Again, I'm sure you guys have talked about it already. I'm not going to revisit it all. But I'm a little concerned about the optics of having gen ed sort of shoulder the burden of where the capacity for ESE doesn't necessarily exist. That may not be what the correct phrasing is, but I think that there are certainly people who will perceive that, and there's a lot that's on a lot of people's plates, a lot of pressure, and we need to be very careful about simply just giving the impression that our general ed folks are just going to absorb all of this. Again, I'm not saying that's what we're saying, but it was my first reaction upon reading it. And third, I think I want us to be a very self-confident district as a whole. I think everybody in the world who is in education and even outside of it understands how difficult ESE is. It's never been, the whole concept of it has never been funded or given the capacity that it was supposed to be given from the beginning of its creation. I think if we're going to be honest with the public and ourselves, continually, we'll continue to have public support as we move through it. That's why I liked the tone of the body of the document more than the tone of the first couple of pages, which seemed, I don't know, I wouldn't say defensive, but a little more self-congratulatory than they ought to be. Not because anybody's doing anything wrong, but because it might distract from the very difficult challenges that all schools face, and that's why I asked the question about Florida and the region as a whole. We need to be very careful in explaining to the public that these are wide systemic capacity issues that we're going to make slow, gradual progress on. Keep asking us about them. Keep pressuring us, and us not take that as an attack or a concern. So those are just my three observations, and I'll be done. Thanks.
Thank you. Ms. Cunningham?
Thank you, Madam Superintendent. I wanted to add also that I feel that as we move forward, I'm going to look to see that our staff, Ms. Steinke and you, Superintendent, and the staff, the cabinet and everybody, I know everybody's been working on this, and we have seen progress through the years, and I know there's a way to go, and I know that it's not instantaneous or overnight, but I would like to see us continue to have updates as permitted. Once you all have the opportunity to truly dig into this wonderful report that Mr. Levinson has given us, and to see what pieces fit us most appropriately, and then what type of timelines you may be considering, it will be great to know that. And I have to agree with my colleagues. We don't expect this overnight. It can't be. A systemic change in any organization the size of ours is going to take time, certainly. But I do know that with everybody working together and understanding the needs that has been put so eloquently into this report, I believe we can start to make some dents in that and be able to offer better services, whether through IEPs or difference in academic coaching at the school level, putting in the liaison, addressing the challenging behaviors. And I would have to compliment Dr. Steinke on that. I mean, I've had so many principals reach out and explain that whole process and how it has impacted them very positively in the schools when dealing with children. So yes, we have come a long way, but I understand there's a long way to go. So I would love to see at some point in time in the future, when you all decide what are the priorities and how do you think it would best work in our organization moving forward. I think that's going to be critical. So very excited to see you all bring that forth as best as you feel it needs to come, and with timelines obviously associated, but we understand this is a moving target. This is not something that's going to happen overnight because quality takes time. Thank you, Madam Superintendent.
Thank you. Ms. Fields? You please unmute.
Thank you. I'm trying to be obedient and keep it muted. I just want to reiterate what Mr. Livingston said about going from good to great. In my opinion, we started poor and then we have graduated to good, which is where we are right now. And that's taken a lot of work. I remember Dr. McKenzie was the superintendent, I believe, when the first evaluation was done. And I remember when Nancy Wilcock was one of the leaders in ensuring that we were leaving from poor and getting to great. We had a lot of lawsuits against us at that time. I think Wes can agree to that. And so it takes a while, as Ms. Cunningham just said, nothing is done overnight. So I want to commend Miss Bird and Dr. Stanky and all of the people that have worked hard to ensure that we're going from poor to good, and hopefully we're going to get to great. And as many of the board members have said, this will not happen overnight. It's going to take time, but at least we can see that some progress has been made. And I want to thank Mr. Livingston for making sure that we understand that progress has been made. And Rome wasn't built overnight. It's going to take time, and it's going to take tenacity. And I truly believe that we can get what we need to get within a reasonable time. So I just wanted to make those comments because I think sometimes we forget where we've been. We have to know where we've been in order to get where we're going. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any more questions on this topic? Okay. Well, Mr. Levinson, I want to say thank you for, not only just joining the journey with us to make our students better and our county better. And I look forward to us continuing our work. So thank you so much.
It's been my pleasure. I know you've got a lot ahead of you. I am very confident you will get there. Got a good team.
Thank you so much.
You're very welcome. Have a good day, everybody.
Okay, the next item we have coming before us is going to be our student progression plan. And we have Michelle Townley that's going to go over that and review it. And there is an executive summary that you should have received. This is annual, so she's going to go over the attachments for you at this time. Ms. Townley.
Thank you, Superintendent Byrd. Good afternoon, everyone. I believe you do have the executive summary attachments as well as our student progression plan draft. As Mrs. Byrd said, this is kind of beginning our annual process, and it will be open for public feedback for the next 30 days, hopefully after tonight. And would just like to start by thanking the teaching and learning team, as well as our committee members for the work on the SPP throughout the year. We do have feedback mechanisms in place so that as situations or questions arise throughout the year, staff are able to share that feedback with us, as well as our leads within the committee to just capture that in the moment feedback. So if you will refer to your executive summary, and I will hit the highlights here, and give me one moment to share our screen. All right, so I believe last year when you all had this update, you asked the team to supply the rationale. So we have done that for you this year. So you can note that the first three items really kind of are integrated in their approach and application around home education and mainly impacting our kindergarten age or first grade age students. So there was a removal of an item that is not state statute, and then some additional guidance as we have students coming into school through the home education program. Then the fourth item on that page is actually goes over onto the next page, but it's just a change in statute in regards to virtual instruction. So that language that is being deleted is listed for you there, as well as how we are replacing the language to be aligned with the update statute. Then we have on page 21, this is actually a piece that the state has allowed in an amendment to a rule that is a great additional support for our English language learners. So we're happy that this became a rule back in December of 2019. Then on page 42 is simply a clarifying item to add the FSA developmental scale scores for further clarity for our schools. Moving on to page 44, there has been some questions regarding a gap year within high school, and this is not allowable to be so that students can complete high school within their 4-year cohort. So some guidance is giving there to schools that the traditional gap year really happens after a student has graduated from high school and begins their first year in college. Page 48 really captures just some changes with College Board for our students and staff. Page 55 allows us some flexibility. We've already had a little bit of feedback in this area that we may need to expand upon during our most recent distance learning to possibly give a little more clarity about brick and mortar schools and our virtual options. And then our final note is really just to remove a URL address. This URL address links to the state, and the state changes the address every year. We still have this information shared publicly with our families on our webpage, as well as some supporting documents within the hub for our staff. So it's just a matter of omitting the URL within the SPP due to the nature of how it changes at the state level every year. So I believe those are our changes for you, and we'll just look for any questions or feedback.
We have a question from Ms. Reynolds.
Hello, I did submit a question to Anne about page 55 with the difference between brick and mortar schools and the enrollment, and she did indicate that it's, I believe, elsewhere in the document that they can enroll in the Polk virtual classes or Florida virtual at any time. Can you just clarify a little bit on that and kind of how that works?
Yes, that is in a different document. We just need to probably in that section do a little bit of cleanup about students if they are starting in a traditional brick and mortar setting in those regular classes. They would need to start by that Monday within the first quarter so that they would accumulate enough seat time based on current Florida requirements.
Okay, my only, and I mentioned this to Anne, but my biggest concern with that was just making sure that we're not ever turning away kids that are trying to enroll in our schools. But I think as long as we're giving them the option to be in virtual until they're caught up, that fulfills that. So thank you.
Certainly, thank you.
Thank you. Have a question from Ms. Fortney. Ms. Fortney, can you unmute, please?
All right, thank you. Sorry. Thank you, Ms. Hanley. I don't have any problem with any of the language changes, but I do have a couple of questions. Hopefully you can guide me. On the actual student progression plan on page 10, 230.23, bullet number 2. Talks about the school improvement plans. I've seen them at the schools because I help write them, but I don't believe as a board member I've seen one. Is that something we're supposed to see?
I believe the individual school improvement plans will come to you later in the summer every year. And so that typically, actually, we're beginning that process with schools in the coming month. And so they'll write them for the 2021 school year, and then we will have them for your review. It's always contingent, the timeline when the state releases that to us, but they should be coming your way within the next couple of months.
Oh, okay, I know I got a thumb drive with the turnaround schools, but not all the schools. Page 11, When do we get the final outcome data for MTSS?
Are you on page 11?
I believe so.
I'd have to check.
Yeah.
I'm showing page 11 as controlled open enrollment, but
Right.
without looking at it, but just based on
Well,
experience.
maybe that's what I meant, because that's my next question.
Okay.
But I do would like to know when we get the final data for MTSS, the outcome data. Yeah, I know that our acceleration department does an outstanding job, Miss Amato, Candy. It's hard for me to call her that. And of course, Miss Bridges. But I know that there were some issues going to the new format this year, and I don't see how this helps address those issues, especially with our low socioeconomic parents that really didn't have access, didn't even know how to get onto a portal, and there was. I just want to make that a way to uh, improve access. And I know they dealt with individual cases. I know they did, because yes, but it just seemed like a bigger headache than. And then I'm afraid that our kids will lose out and our schools will lose out of getting those kids in the magnet selection process. That's it. Thank you, Ms. Hanley. I appreciate you all the time.
Thank you. We have a question coming from Mr. Townsend.
Yes. I'm curious what, if anything, I mean, this is a progression plan that's built off of what we have understood progression to be in the past, right? I mean, where it's not a COVID related progression plan exactly. I mean, have we heard anything from the state? Have we heard any discussion about, because I think progression is going to be a very interesting question in the next year or so, coming years. What are your thoughts on how meaningful this plan actually is moving ahead, and what you're expecting to hear?
Well, I think we've begun talking about those types of items, and through the Department of Education and some various updates and doing some research, how that might impact things like attendance and seat time, and how we might have to approach a hybrid model, if we were to experience another wave of the pandemic. So we're in the beginning process of planning for that in cabinet, and then we'll obviously look for stakeholders and to give input. But that the state hasn't really made any changes yet, to my knowledge. I think they're still very much in the planning phases as well. So we'll rely on getting some additional communication from them, and then move forward. But for now, we're operating on, moving forward with our student progression plan and having it approved in time for school to start like we normally would.
Right. Sorry, go ahead.
And I'll add in is that this plan is a plan that we do every year. However, in the situation that we're currently in, please know that as things have to change, and if we have to add that in, this plan can come back out, and we make those changes within the plan. It sits back before the parents and the community again as we adopt anything that's going to have to meet the need, because it can, like, as Ms. Townley said, it can look very different in the next 30 to 60 days if we have to bring this plan back and revise it again.
What, I mean, how do we expect that those changes will be imposed? Like, is there a working group at the state level that you're aware of or involved in any way? What is, I mean, what's the process for how this will be shaped? Do you have any sense of that?
I actually don't. I know they have a task force, and I know we as superintendents, we talk and we're getting information. But the one thing that we're not doing is we're not sitting and waiting for something to happen. We're at least trying to plan on our end what it could look like if it's traditional, if it comes back worst case scenario. So we're not just going to sit back and wait. We're going to have something that we can at least rely on, so we're not back in the situation we were in when the pandemic first hit and all of us had to come in and try to stand up a model that we never have done before.
Do you have a sense of like, say, July 1st, you'll have a plan based on where we are at that. I'm just trying to get a sense of what to tell people to expect as how this plays out
If you're talking about for the upcoming year,
for
yes,
the
we are.
upcoming year.
Yeah, we're working on that and we will have something out. I don't want to put out a draft because if we put out a draft and it's not
Right.
anything that's going to be, implemented, we're working through it now. And, we're looking at summer and then now we're moving into what could August look like. And we're looking at the schools, what would that mean for our schools and for all of our kids at that. So yes, we'll have something coming out the latter part of the summer.
Well, and I'm sorry, let me ask one more question. Somebody had asked me about ESY. I don't know if that's been covered yet or not, but like, how is that playing out at this point? What is there any form of summer school? What form is that taking? What's going to happen for kids in June?
Ms.
Generally.
Talley, do you want to kind of, we were going to bring that to the full board, but I know
Are
Ms.
you?
Talley's we
Well,
are going to bring that to the board. If you,
when?
Ms. Talley, do you want to
Yeah.
kind of just give a little overview where we are right now in planning?
Certainly, I can give a high-level overview. So basically, our ESY and many of our summer learning opportunities that we normally have, cannot be offered in a face-to-face setting at this current time. So we're working on virtual supports as well as paper-based distance learning supports. We've expanded that at the elementary level to not just include our third graders, but all of our kindergarten through fifth grade students. We'll have opportunities for a paper-based option. Our curriculum team is working on some weekly video segments that they can share with families, access through social media, various platforms, and school websites, just to kind of keep kids engaged and encouraged over the summer at the elementary level. We also have been working hard behind the scenes with our school technology team as well to make some of our, not all, but some of our educational platforms that are online available for students during the summer. That does take an extra coordinated effort because we're enrolling kids and rolling them up to the next school year at the same time, while also trying to give them access to current year platforms. So a little bit of coordinating there, but Dr. Barrios and her team have been wonderful supports. And then at the secondary level, we're able to continue with our credit and course recovery that we normally do in the summer. However, it will all be online through distance learning. So we're, allowing students to keep their devices, working on more of those connectivity issues that we have with MiFis and the buses and all sorts of supports in that regard. And then Dr. Steinke and her team are working on ESY and kind of surveying staff and trying to best meet the needs of our students while maintaining everyone's health and safety. So it's been challenging, but we're working on it. And Superintendent Byrd has asked to have a more formal presentation at the next session, I believe.
Okay. So that's fine. Would somebody mind taking 1 minute and explaining what ESY is for anybody who may be watching this? It doesn't like it might help me as well. Like what specifically it is. It's a
Dr. Steinke's coming.
Yeah, I figured she was coming. And while we're waiting for Dr. Steinke to come, one thing I do want to say is that what we're trying to do is prepare something throughout the summer. We know we're not going to mitigate the entire learning loss for our students, but we're trying to lessen that gap. And that's why we're going to look at running some type of summer programs for our students through distance learning that will look a little different from what it looked like these last couple of months. So now I'm going to allow Dr. Steinke to answer that.
In one kind of short sentence, ESY stands for Extended School Year, and it's the technical term that a student with a disability who has an IEP receives during the summer if their IEP team has determined that they need services extended throughout the summer to support them to make sure that there's not a significant amount of regression over that period of time that they might not be receiving any kind of instruction or related services during that time. So we look at data based on other extended times that they might be out of school, such as winter holidays, spring break, things like that. And the IEP team determines if they need it during the summer.
Okay, great, thanks. And just to be clear, we're not going to attempt to do that in person yet, right?
No, our plan is to do, traditionally we do ESY during the same time frame of our other summer learning programs, which would have been in June this year.
Okay.
So we're going to do ESY this year virtually. So just continue the distance learning we've been doing. We have looked at considering possibly some face-to-face stuff in July, but only if the governor and CDC guidelines and,
Okay. That's good.
FDOE allows it and things like that. So we haven't made any decisions about July whatsoever.
Thanks.
Thank you. We have a question coming from Ms. Miller.
Thank you, Madam Superintendent. Real quick on ESY, I just want to remind the public or people who don't understand, it's a service and not a placement. So your IEP can make those decisions with you, but it could look various ways. It's not one offering, but that's something the IEP team needs to discuss. What I wanted to mention, and this might be for later, but to the superintendent and the cabinet that's planning, I just yesterday received what one of the universities had sent out for the fall, and they sent different scenarios. So scenario 1 could look like this, or 2 or 3. And so without sending the public into a panic of what it may look like, I want to provide information without waiting too close to August to be able to provide that. But I thought that format was very useful. It gave very great detail on what it would look like if they went back brick and mortar, if they had to continue, if there was a hybrid model. So maybe something like that in print would be helpful, because we really don't know, and we could get halfway into August and it could change. So I think that would be helpful for families to plan, people that are working, that those are the options that might come up. And so kind of plan for the worst and hope for the best, which would be returning to brick and mortar. But I'll forward that on. I'm sure some of you you get those university communications, and I think it was UCF, but multiple schools are doing that. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a question from Ms. Fields.
I don't have a question, but I want to commend Superintendent Byrd and her team for being proactive. I know that you guys have been telling us that you're working on some neat things for the summer virtually, and also having some options for the school year. So I know that that's a heavy lift, and there are a lot of school districts, not just in Florida, but throughout the United States, that really aren't doing anything for the summer. So I want to commend you guys for doing that and thinking ahead.
Thank you. Have a question from Ms. Reynolds.
Thank you. While we're on the topic of summer, I believe Ms. Townley mentioned it, but did you say we are allowing students to keep their devices for the summer? We've had a couple tutoring organizations ask if they'll still be able to do virtual tutoring.
Yes, in certain grade levels. So we do need to get them back from our 5th graders as they roll up to middle school, but then their respective middle school may be able to issue a device, and then also at the 8th grade and 9th grade level. So as students are matriculating up to the next level, just for our management systems, we do need to get those devices back, but that doesn't mean that they could not secure one from the school that they're rolling up to.
For the 5th graders and 8th graders, do we know when they need to return those and when they'll be able to get from their middle school?
Each school is organizing their device return and item pickup and the exchange. We're trying to minimize trips to the school for families to keep that as just to kind of organize it as best we possibly can. So they're all taking place between, I believe that some of them are starting in particular phases with our seniors this week, but then the rest of the students will begin next week and towards the end of the year. So as you can imagine, some of our larger schools, it takes a little longer. And, depending on the logistics at a school site, we're having everyone remain in their cars and practice, social distancing. So to keep everyone safe, sometimes the logistics take a little while longer at some schools.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions on the student progression plan? Okay, thank you, Ms. Townley. We're going to move to the next item, which is going to be policy updates. And I believe we have Ms. Dodge that's going to bring the policy update. She did provide to you the summary of the policy recommendations. These are recommendations for staff. And do we have Ms. Dodge? Okay, so I will go until she gets there. She should be coming in. The first one you have is policy 1130, appointment, assignment, and promotion of administrators. That is actually updating some of the fraternization language that's in that one. Policy 3130, appointment, assignment, transfer, and promotion of instructional staff, is updated to define out-of-field teachers. And we're actually including some of that fraternization policy that we were talking about earlier in there. Sick leave, that was also been addressed, and I believe the team updated us last time on that, and now you have the formal language there. Policy 4130, assignments, and that's also the fraternization. Are there any questions on those? Ms. Fortney?
Yes, ma'am. That was all on the sick leave. Was that all collectively bargained? And if so, when was it bargained? Because I don't remember routine pregnancy being in on that. And being able to give sick leave, is that what we're at?
Yes. And that was-
Okay. And I read it and I read it and I read it and I'm not pregnant. I've never been pregnant. I don't intend to be pregnant. But it felt a bit discriminatory against women that might be. And then I have a follow-up on that. I just wanted to remind Ms. Porteous that I still wanted to hear how other districts handle their payout of accrued days and the incentives to keep those days and cash out options during the year. And I don't need a response to that. I just wanted to put that back out there. So, and then I think I might have on the, if Ms. Dodge is there, the Neola policies, page 12, the epidemic pandemic response team. It says local government and LEOs. What about the Department of Health? I didn't see that. And I didn't see any school-based staff involved in that. Thank you. And I'll wait for your response.
Okay, so we were, Ms. Dodge is in. Ms. Dodge, we were on staff recommendations first. I hadn't moved to Neola yet. So I think the question is on policy 3430.
Ms. King is here to address the sick leave bank policy. She only got to hear about half the question, so if you wouldn't mind repeating it, please.
Ms. Fortney?
I'm sorry. I had a hard time hearing that.
Ms. King is here to address the one, you were talking about the pregnancy and the sick leave.
Oh, okay.
If you could just
yeah.
restate the question for Mrs. King.
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry. That whole policy, I'm pretty sure it was collectively bargained. And if not, then it probably should be. But I don't remember hearing the language that's in there about the referencing the routine pregnancy. And I won't reiterate that I'm not pregnant, won't be pregnant, or never have been. But it just felt, I reread it quite a few times, and it just felt a bit restrictive and a bit discriminatory toward our pregnant teachers. That's all. And I just needed some explanation.
Ms. Fortney, I can give you that. Basically, what we were looking at was more of a catastrophic use for this leave. Normal pregnancy, again, we're talking normal pregnancy and delivery, things of that nature. We have disability insurance. We have leave that's already provided for that purpose. So the idea was, when we were looking at sample policies, was the majority of districts don't cover normal pregnancy. Absences related to that, delivery, things of that nature, because it's already covered for in other policies. So again, it's not really a catastrophic use. Those are planned, typically planned, sometimes unplanned surprises. But, the majority of that is pretty much known as far as the amount of time that you have to take off from work. So that was the purpose of that.
Right. And so I guess my biggest question is, let's say it's supposed to be normal, ends up not being normal, then it automatically goes to catastrophic.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that would be, that would be a little bit different, obviously, because if we had bed rest or some extreme complication, then that would be something we'd have to review. Again, sick leave bank is also still available. I don't know. Again, that has a totally different definition than even leave donation will. So it's possible that it would be covered under that. And again, we also have short-term disability policies available for purchase, as well as long-term disability insurance that is pretty much for anything related to that. So there are several options available.
Right.
So-
And I want to encourage everybody to use the sick bank. That saved me, pure and simple.
Well, realizing the sick leave bank has some restrictions that employees sometimes things that are in the sick leave bank and something they have happened is not necessarily catastrophic in nature. So the sick leave bank would not cover it. So
Right.
that's why it's important sometimes to buy disability insurance, especially if you're not near retirement. And if you do need your income in order to survive, you typically should look at something of that nature to protect your income while you're actively working.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for Ms. Dodge regarding the policies being brought by staff? Sorry. Ms. Reynolds?
Thank you. I know that the fraternization policy covers anyone that is working, if there's any type of directorial relationship. But do we have anything in place so that when people are applying for promotions that we'll know if if they're applying for an AP position, that we know someone they're in a relationship with works at that school? Or is there anything that we can do to mitigate some of those things from happening?
There's nothing currently in place, but the school principal or the department head can ask them to disclose it.
Okay. Do you know if we currently are asking them to disclose it?
Some are and some aren't.
Okay. That may be something that we can look in the future to create a policy around so that we can make sure that's uniform district wide.
Ms. Porteous has indicated that we can make that part of a hiring checklist.
Perfect. That would be great. Thanks.
Thank you. Next question is coming from Mrs. Miller.
Hello, Ms. Dodge. Can you just review that fraternization policy? When I was reading it, I understand that superintendent could not hire, school board could not recommend hires. But I'm looking for clarification on anyone in a supervisory role that is dating or fraternizing, as is described, someone that they supervise or manage. I mean, that's where we've had issues several times without a policy in this district. So can you clarify what this new change would mean to that topic?
I'm trying to make the language larger and I'm not having a very good time of it, but it basically prohibits dating between a supervisor and somebody that works directly for them.
And what's the reporting role in this? Because I'm sure if we have two people dating in that environment, they're not gonna, do they self-report? Is that a requirement?
It is a requirement to self-report.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Townsend?
Yeah, I think, I first proposed something like this almost 3 years ago. I think we would do well to wait and workshop this. I think those three lines are a little too broad in terms of what we're trying to get at, or at least what I'm trying to get at. Like there's no spelling out of what the reporting mechanism and obligations are. There's no statement of what penalties there might be or not. I mean, there's also, like, if something I'm inclined to make this be a less punitive model where, if something happens and you disclose it in a reasonable time, we can define reasonable that you're given the ability to comply. I think the reality of the way workplaces work and the way human beings work, I think this is likely to be a policy that people pay lip service to but ignore. And I want to try to make it something that's meaningful and helps set the culture of the district. So is it possible that we can take this policy off and spend some time actually uh, making it a little more precise? The discussion that we had originally back in, I guess it was 2017, was a good bit more precise, and I think this is something that probably deserves that because it does affect people's lives. So I don't know what the rest of the board thinks, but um, I don't want to create new problems by vagueness.
Question coming from Ms. Cunningham.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. The way I feel about this is that I feel we need to have something in place. So I would like to move forward with it as it stands. And then perhaps as we go along, if folks, are able to, as you called it, tweak it, be a little bit more specific, less punitive, whatever. But I really feel like we need to move forward and adopt this now and then have work sessions as we move forward and have staff present if they feel, it needs to be amended. So that would be my recommendation. Thank you, Madam Superintendent.
Thank you. Have a question coming from Ms. Reynolds.
Lori basically said exactly what I was getting ready to say, that I would like to see us move forward with this today, just because I think we need to get something on the record. But I'm not at all opposed to moving forward and workshopping it. I would love to see us have something in place just to make sure that, I realize how many married couples do we have that are teachers? But what do you do when one's up for a promotion to a dean or an AP or something like that? I just want to make sure that we're not restricting people from getting promotions, but that we're also not promoting them into a position where it's going to cause issues in the future. So I would love to see us continue to workshop it, but I think that we need to get something on the books today with this policy.
Thank you. Ms. Fields?
And I guess my question was going to be pretty much close to what Ms. Reynolds and Ms. Cunningham were saying. Currently, we don't have anything in place, and so this would be a start. And if we need to make some modifications later, then I think that's appropriate. But I think we need to push this through and work on modifications in the future if necessary.
Question coming from Ms. Miller, and I do want to add that this is something that will be new. We currently have nothing, and we can add to it as we go along. So Ms. Miller?
Thank you, Madam Superintendent. I only because of the timeline from the original conversations, which was right as I was elected almost 2 years now, I would like, this definitely needs some working because I don't want, this could be punitive already. We don't, for situations where people are already dating, like what will they do? We need to spell that out for them. So I would like to see a date set, like the next work session. It needs to be relatively soon that this is discussed. So we make sure everyone understands the protocol and the reporting aspect of it. Because it also, reporting could be used, negatively for people who may not know this even exists after today. So I would like to schedule that sooner than later if we're going to have further discussion.
Mr. Townsend? Please unmute.
That was my bad. Sorry. I will support moving it forward today if we commit to something definite about when, it doesn't have to be next week, but sometime this summer at least. Let's make a commitment to actually workshop this. If we'll make that commitment, I'll move forward on it, or I'll vote for it.
Ms. Fortney?
Yes, I support moving it forward today, but again, we need to make sure, because I don't think it's more, it could be punitive, especially during if there is a breakup I think is the biggest thing. Um, you've reported, now you're no longer with that person or whatever, and that's when it could become punitive. I'd like to look into that language. Thank you.
Thank you. Point well taken. Ms. Fields?
My hands are not up, Miss Jackie.
Thank you. Were there any other questions? So hearing from the majority board, we're going to move this one forward, but we do just got one coming through. Mr. Wilson, sorry.
Yes, thank you, Madam Superintendent. I agree with Ms. Miller. My concern is that, and I'm fine with moving forward with it today. My concern is that when laws and rules and policies aren't clearly defined, they can be applied, in sometimes in punitive ways and applied inconsistently. And so I just want to make sure that whatever we have, it's something that we can apply in a consistent manner throughout the district, and something everyone can understand and will, so that the rules are clearly understood and clearly applied to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Just so make sure I have it right. Seems like I have the majority board want to move it forward with the understanding that we're going to bring it back to actually go and do a deeper dive into spelling out the language. If that is correct, because I see a show of hands. Just raise your hand if I'm correct. Okay, thank you. So we will move it forward, and staff is making note to bring this back before you so that we can make sure we clarify the language and we spell it out. Okay, thank you. Ms. Dodge, I'm gonna turn it back over to you because you have the second section to continue on policies.
Thank you. So I just go down to the other. I don't know, is it? No, this is also, this is one that was already up there.
Ms. Dodge, you want me to just read the policy numbers for you here?
I think if you'll give us one more second,
Okay.
we've got them here. We're just trying to figure out how to switch from one screen to the other. We want the Neola. Okay, that's staff. It was there just a second ago, and I'm not sure what happened to it. There we go.
Is that it? That's still
Yeah,
staff.
no, that's staff. You had it.
Oh, where did it go?
Right there.
Board members, while they're looking to bring that up, I'm just going to quickly go through the policy. So you have policy 5136, wireless communication devices. Replace that which aligns with the updated definitions and use requirements. Policy 5136.01, technology resources and other electronic equipment, establishes the use of device guidelines for education purposes for students. Policy 7540.03, student technology acceptable use and safety, replace that one. It clarifies the board intends to regulate the use of the district technology resources in accordance with applicable local, state, and federal laws and district educational mission and the terms of the student code of conduct. Policy 8300, continuity of the organization operations plan, which is new, provides a structure for the district work to identify steps and to restore the critical operational functions and the learning environment as quickly as possible after a crisis or threat event has occurred. Policy 8305, information security, which is a new policy, establishes classification and internal controls necessary to provide for the collection, classification, retention, access, and security of district data/information. And policy 8420.01 epidemics and pandemics, new, establish an epidemic/pandemic response team to develop an epidemics/pandemic plan in coordination with the local government and law enforcement officials. Ms. Dodge, I'll turn it over to you for questions.
Thank you.
Are there any questions on any of the policies from Neola? Question coming in from Ms. Fortney.
Yes, on 8420, the epidemic pandemic response team, I noticed it included local government and LEO. I didn't see anything in reference to the Department of Health or parents or school-based staff, and I was wondering if I missed them being included, and if they're not, why not? Thank you.
I don't believe that the policy was specific as to who would be on those teams. It's up to the superintendent to put those teams together. But the point of the team is to make sure that there's coordination between us, the necessary internal and external partners, to make sure that as we go forward, we're doing what we need to do in the type of situation that we're facing now.
Thank you. Question coming from Mr. Townsend.
Wouldn't you want parents involved in that? I'm just curious, especially just curious.
Ms. Fortney, you okay? But you have additional question?
I'm sorry, Superintendent Byrd. Yeah, I didn't feel like I really got an answer. What about the is the Department of Health already in there? Are parents and school-based staff already represented? And if so, by who? Let me ask a different question.
So and I'm trying to put it up on the page for you here. It's not very specific as to who, but if you would like us to add specific people into that who, we could certainly make that change. I've written down that you'd like the Department of Health, parents, and school-based staff to be indicated as members of the team, but the team itself isn't specified itself in the policy. It's something that the superintendent would put together, and I think
Okay,
I feel confident that those are the type of people our superintendent would want on the team, but if you wish for it to be more specific, then we can certainly.
Well, I feel confident she does as well, but it would still be policy in case that wouldn't play out, or God forbid,
Ms. Fortney,
not capable of doing that. So that's my only point.
Okay.
Ms. Fortney, your point's well taken. We'll make sure we review that. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Question coming from Mr. Townsend.
Yes. On one of them, it's I forget the titles, but it relates to students prohibited from using technology resources, and it has a strike through on classrooms. I was curious what the reasoning was for that. I mean, I suspect it's just a nod to reality that kids have their phones in classrooms, but should we do a little bit more specificity about what's going on there rather than just scratching out classrooms? Additionally, I think there are some people who might think of that as a precursor to allowing cameras of some sort into classrooms, even though it doesn't really say that in the policy. I just wanted to get some thought about that, please.
Would you mind? Do you remember which page?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
There were a couple of them that referred to that. That's why I'm asking.
Page 3 of 3 on, oh shoot, hold on. It's
5136, is that the one?
It is, yes, 513601, page 3 of 3. And is that our strike or is that Neola's strike?
That was optional language that Neola had offered, and our staff had indicated that they wanted to strike that out and not include it. However, I would like to say that each of these policies is very clear about the use of cameras and the prohibition of using cameras in specific areas. I want to say that at least 2, if not 3 of these policies included that language.
Um, well, I think the paragraph itself may be a bit overly broad. Maybe we can tweak this a little bit. I mean, if the reasoning strikes me for striking classrooms is that there is just a practical reality that basically every kid has a cell phone in the classroom. Maybe we guide the usage of them a bit, like rather than just sort of striking out classrooms and kind of implying that anything goes, which I know we're not saying that, but that's kind of how it reads. That we try to draw some guidelines around what proper behavior is with a phone in a classroom if we're going to allow it. What do people think about that?
Have any questions? I think Ms. Fields is going to weigh in.
I didn't want to weigh in on that. I just wanted to say one of our most important duties as school board members is to set policy. And I think for future references, when we have new policies, we really need to be more in-depth and clear as to what those new policies are, so that the public can be aware of what we're adding. That's just for future reference. And when we do the public hearing, I would imagine that we will be more thorough on those new policies.
Thank you. And I know the question was on classrooms. Mr. Townsend, you're asking a question regarding strike through a classroom, and in the paragraph
Right.
above, if you look, it's talking about pictures and videos and images and all of that as well.
Right.
I think all that goes, it may be defining what you're asking. I'm not sure if you saw that piece or not.
Right. No, I mean, what I think this is saying to do is if we hadn't struck classrooms, what it's trying to do is say don't take pictures of people in classrooms with your phone, but that's not really what it says. Like it says don't have your phone in the classroom, and because we don't want to do that because that's not practical, we've just struck out classroom rather than spell out what you can do with your phone, like which is possess it. I would rather do you see what I'm saying? We've gotten focused on the classroom rather than the phone, rather than the usage. And I think we would do better to add a sentence that clarifies we're going to allow phones in classrooms, but you may not use them to video anybody, or because I don't think that's clear right now. Like I think it kind of allows kids to video each other in classrooms, unless I'm missing it, and I'm pretty sure that's not its intent. Do you guys see what I'm saying?
I do. And then the paragraph that you're talking about refers to areas in a school where there's an expectation of privacy, and it talks about shower facilities and locker rooms and those types of things. And I think that generally we have not taken the position that there's an expectation of privacy in a classroom. But I think if you go to the acceptable use policy, and in our code of conduct, thank you, there's language there regarding acceptable use of those devices in a classroom. It's just not prohibiting them from being used in a classroom, but they have to be used in an educational, in a positive manner for education and furtherance of education.
All right. I mean, I think we would be wise in a future discussion to spell out what we expect what the expectation of personal privacy in a classroom is, which I don't think but that's not something we have to solve today. I'm okay with moving forward on it, because it won't show up as a struck through classrooms. It just won't mention classrooms. Right.
Correct.
Right. So I'm okay with that. I also agree with Ms. Fields, and I was gonna say this myself. I don't think I'm happy with the whole policy process. I don't, and I would like to workshop how we might improve that. I mean, I think we might benefit from having someone who is a full-time policy coordinator, who that's what their role is, or because it's hard to know what policies are crafted in response to board initiatives, what are just sort of canned coming down from Neola, what we can just use as state statute. You know, I think I would like to see us this summer set an agenda item in which we talk about the policy process and try to come up with some reforms to it, because what we tend to get is just like Ms. Field says, these sort of big canned processes that have little tweaks in them, and we kind of have to guess what's important, what's not important. It's very much a, here's the policy, you guys act on it, and I think there's ways to make that a little more collaborative, perhaps. And so I'd like us to schedule a work session item about kind of reforming how we do policy as a whole, and that could even entail getting rid of Neola. But it's how much do we pay them? It's not very much, right? It's like $5,000. Is that what someone told me?
We pay them $5,600 a year, and that
Okay.
covers the hosting of our policies
Okay.
electronically, and it covers the updates that they send out. They generally send out 2 packets a year, one
Okay.
post legislative session and one in the fall to cover regulatory and other changes.
Okay. So it's a very insignificant cost. I thought it might be higher than that. Yeah. I mean, I just think, to Mrs. Field's point, I think this would be a good discussion for us to have as a board, because policy is one of our major roles, and I don't generally feel collaborated with, not through anybody's fault, just kind of the way the policy process is set up, and I think that we can improve that.
Thank you. Ms. Miller?
I wanted to mention in that last policy that we were discussing, without being too specific and leaving it up to the principals, which I think we try to do a lot of the time, because it's going to look different in an elementary classroom with a phone than it would look in a high school classroom. I would like to have a little more definition and understanding of the policy, which this is fine to go through. But in regards to Neola, I think it's great that we use them as guidance, but sometimes I feel like it's introduced as without a lot of conversation, other than this is what Neola suggests. So I would like extended conversation on policies, why we're changing. It's good for the public to know, why are we changing this? What is going to benefit to them? I don't know how we want to set that up, but I would like extensive. That is the biggest thing we do, is set policy other than the budget. So I would like it, a little more in-depth conversation other than Neola says we should.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Fields?
Well, I just want to clarify, what I'm speaking of more is making sure that we're transparent and making sure that when we have new policies, that we are sharing those new policies with the public, rather than us doing the very brief executive summary for that. And I understand and value Neola's input, because I remember when we went through a very tedious process of looking at all of our policies, and that took 3 or 4 work sessions to get those policies in place. And so now we have a clear and I think very succinct system in place. And I think we even have a policy on how we even derive with policies. I believe Wes probably could answer that as well. So I'm not trying to say that what we're doing is not a good thing. I'm just saying that because our role is to set policy, we need to just make sure that we don't just do the executive summary for new policies, but those policies need to be more thoroughly explained to the public.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Fortney?
Hi. Yes, I agree with Ms. Fields and Ms. Miller, and it's the delivery piece, I believe. So just I'm dovetailing on what they've said, I absolutely agree. But I do find value in Neola. I set my districts at the Florida School Board Association trainings, and those that did not have Neola were lost from the minute they opened their mouth to the time we were in our cars to leave. They had no idea what was going on. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Townsend?
Yeah, that's fine. But I still think to enhance the delivery, we would do well to review the entire policy. I mean, the whole policy of how we do policy. Miss Fields may be happy with how that's working. I'm really not. And I would like to see what some improvements are possibly. Maybe we can work out a better schedule for when they come. You know, I know to some degree it's dictated by Ms. Dodge's schedule in Tallahassee doing advocacy. You know, I think it would be interesting to me to know how many of our policies are just replications of state law. I think in some ways, the fewer policies we have and the clearer they are, and then everything else is state law, might be a better way to approach it. But I'd like to discuss this. You know, I'm not here to try to impose anything. I just want to feel like our policy making process is a little more meaningful than it is right now. Because I mean, look, we had the whole fraternization policy. You know, I first suggested that. We did a deep discussion on it 3 years ago, and it took another incident to finally get this one. You know, and so I would like a better process than that. And I think we can achieve one, but I think we need to talk about it like as a whole, as a holistic thing first, rather than, because we're just going to keep coming back here over and over again with the same kind of point of view. You know, like there'll be 4 or 5 of these very long policies with a couple of tweaks in them, and somebody will describe why we do them, but they'll still be kind of difficult to perceive. So I would really request that we have a discussion about the policy making process and how we came to have the process that we have. I'm happy to hear about the rationale for it. That might be helpful to me.
Thank you. We'll have a meeting in the future regarding policies, but I do want to say some of these policies are brought by staff, not just Ms. Dodge. Ms. Reynolds?
Sorry. This may need to be saved for when we do a deeper dive on how we create policies, but I think it's 2 separate issues, where one is how do we as a board bring staff? And then the second being, when they do have a Neola policy come before us, how do we modify it? My understanding has always been that when we go over it in the work session, that is our time to make any modifications. I know most cities and municipalities do a first reading and a second reading, but this kind of serves as our first reading before the policy hearing or the public hearing during our school board meetings. Can you elaborate on that, either Wes or Wendy, and kind of how that, is this the time that we're supposed to be editing things if we need changes?
Yes, that is correct. It is presented initially at a work session, and we consider that to be what we refer to as first reading. There's the opportunity to have input, make any changes. The important thing is that it is in final form when it's advertised for public hearing, which would be the second reading and the time at which it is adopted.
Thank you. Are there any more questions? Okay, thank you. So thank you, Ms. Dodd. Yes. We have a question coming in from Ms. Miller.
In reference to Mr. Bridges, so the suggestions that were made there in today's readings, it's sent to us before we get it back, because when we see it again, we're voting on it, right? Where's the opportunity to review it after the suggestions have been made?
If there are significant suggestions, it can be brought back to the board at a different work session before it's brought to public hearing. Uh, But the policy needs to be in its final form when it's advertised for public hearing.
When we discuss this further in a work session, I would like to know ahead of time if there's any that are urgent or have a timeline to be put forth for that second reading to be adopted. It will help in the discussion when they come up. So I think it's good that we're going to have this, especially for the process of it. It's always been kind of done as it's presented, and I would like to discuss the process. Thank you.
Thank you. We will have it on the agenda in the future. Ms. Dodge?
Can I just add that if any substantive changes are made between the work session and the final board hearing, I always send out a notification to the board that this particular policy has been changed since the last time you've seen it, and these are the changes that have been made.
Thank you. Are there any other questions on this item? Thank you, Ms. Dodge.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next item you have coming before you is the budget update. So you have Mr. Perone that's going to come before you, and he has sent out several documents. I don't know if if he's coming alone. He's alone. So he will be bringing you a budget update again. This is the update. Just to make you aware that we do not have the final budget as of now. Mr. Perone, I'm turning it over to you.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Mr. Perone, are you saying something? We can't hear you. You have to unmute.
So I can see.
Okay, so when on the desktop, go back to the desktop.
We can hear you now.
Although I'm not saying anything yet because we don't have the files up.
Did you preload this thing on there?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've got it loaded. It just gets to refreshing on. So that well, if you close all of Adobe, this is how you Adobe, is it?
That's Adobe.
Yeah, close it. All right.
Okay,
Right,
so
it
now,
is
which one?
this one.
This one?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
There we
Okay,
go.
now share.
Yep. There we go.
All right.
No, just click the X.
Click the X. Okay. So now it's okay. So now that's Miss Bird. Am I unmuted? You are.
All right, so I wanted to go through the budget, but I want to go through, Elizabeth, this is one page, but I wanted a different one to start with, and I don't see how I can.
Scroll.
Mm-hmm.
Which page are you starting with?
I want to start with the fund balance. It was the third or fourth tab on.
Can you tell me what the fund balance was on that one that you're starting with?
Is it that one? No, that's staffing plan.
No,
That's all I have. Is
no,
that one?
it should be.
It's only one page.
Well, all right. Well, I guess I'll. The board did receive all the packet, though, correct? Is that?
Board members, did you receive your packets from? They're saying yes.
Okay.
So you can go ahead, Mr. Perron.
All right. So I want to go the one. It's general fund balance. I believe it's tab 4. Heather.
Hold on, I gotta go back.
I could talk through it while you're working on it.
Okay.
So this year we're projecting that we'll end the year at 4.8%. If you look at the far right column, we have not updated the financials to reflect that, but you'll see that in your next financial. So I just wanted to start with that we're going to end this year at 4.8. And that we are going to move forward with that number. And you'll see that number later when we go through the scenarios. The next one I wanted to show, again, is not the one that I think you see there. It's the FEFP, which is the run that we received, the most recent run that the legislature did on that they finished up. So I wanted to go through the changes. Now, I want to remind you that while we have these numbers, it does not mean that this is going to remain the way it is. I'm very concerned about the numbers, but it is what we have as the latest information. So we wanted to give you that. So this is the FEFP sheet. And I wanted to touch on a few things. First, the DCD, you'll see it says 1 there. You know, we're not at 1. That is a rounding issue. So we actually had the same situation that we've had every year for the last at least 7 or 8, where they've lowered the DCD. They lowered that by 0.0013. And so you see that in one area, this the base student allocation, third line down, says we're going to receive $40. $40 per student. That, after you apply the DCD, really means that we're going to get $33. Again, I'm going through all these numbers. It's the latest we have. I believe these are all going to change once the governor goes through the budget. He has the budget, has not signed it. He has to do that in June. So we don't know what the final is going to be. So if we keep going through that, I want to look at the line item about a third of the way down. Teacher salary increase for 18 million. That is to get teachers, classroom teachers, to 47.5. You've all heard that one. You see the next line down, best and brightest, that goes away. That's the money they use to fund that. Moving further down, and I'm going through these quickly because, again, it's going to change. We'll give you an update in June, but for McKay scholarships and family empowerment, we have nothing taken out there. We do that later. So at the bottom of the page, you'll see that our total K funding new revenue is 34,105,433. Now I'm going to move to the sheet that you see up now. And so we start off the projected 19-20 year with an ending fund balance of 39 million. We have revenue of 812.7 million. And then we have new FEFP revenue of 45. Now, I just said that it was 34, but I also mentioned the McKay and the family empowerment. So if you subtract those out, that's what we spent this year, or that was taken away for those scholarships. It goes to 34,105, and that ties back to that number that I just ended with on the FEFP. So now you have a total available of 949 million. And as we've done in the past, we've taken out some items that we know are coming up or we want to bring to your attention and for your review. So we always have various things that come up during the year that we did not plan for. So we put 1.2 million aside for that. Continuing turnaround school incentives, we've done that. We always hope that Title I can pick that up, but we need to cover it in general to start. We continue with the AVID program for 500,000. Unfunded behavior costs, that's the big one this year, and that's 5.2 million. And I'm going to have Dr. Steinke come talk to you about that. The next one is FRS rate increase. This is huge. This is $9 million to us this year. The rate's going from 10%, from around 8.3 to 10%. So that represents a increase of 9 million. At the last meeting, we talked about the health insurance plan, and so $60 a year was what we said we'd set aside, and that will generate we need 9.3 for that, and then the salary increase for 18 million. And so the total costs are 44. And then we have put in a number for growth. Since we are growing, we need to add positions. And so we have total expenses of 50.3 million. And then the total budgeted expense of 892,642,579. We have expenses for 2021 that we're projecting at 942,945. And so we end the 2021 year with a fund balance of roughly 6.4 million. Now, we always talk about our lapse salary that occurs during the course of the year. So when we add that, and then we add the Hurricane Irma settlement, you got the news on that, what the final is after costs associated with that and the set aside. That we have 11.5 million, and that if you add all that together, you'll have a projected annual fund balance, which includes the lapse. We're not budgeting that, but it's $32.8 million, and that represents an actual fund balance of 3.831. There is another sheet exactly like that. The only thing that is different is I did not have the Hurricane Irma settlement. And I wanted to point out that if you didn't have that on the next sheet, our fund balance would be 2.5. So that's a little frightening that that is helping us get to where we need to be. And keep in mind, that is one-time money. So we're balancing our budget with that, and that causes me some major concern. But again, this may all change, and it may change. Drastically. So we need to, if any of you recall or were around in 07, 08, we got a budget in May, and they changed it in August, mid-year. So that may happen again. So I do want to mention that I'm going to have Dr. Steinke come up and talk about that 5.2 million, sorry. And that may be one of the items we can use with the CARES money. I'm not sure about that. We looked through that, and those are the things we'll bring back to you. But I'll have her come now and talk to you about those positions.
So the 5.2 million is ultimately a breakdown of anything that we're doing district-wide for behavior support that we have currently been paying for out of a combination of local dollars, IDEA grant dollars, and our mental health allocation dollars that came in the last couple of years. The year before last, when we first got the mental health allocation, we weren't able to spend it fast enough through the year to hire all the positions. So we had a substantial amount that rolled into the current school year. And so that was used to pay for a lot of the behavior support contracts that are supporting our intensive behavior units and those positions. Then we also had, we had allocated some funding out of IDEA for some positions that we've already been paying for the last several years. But as we continue to add LEA facilitator positions that we've increased over 50% in the last 4 years at schools, we need to look at how we're using those funds. So we had to pull anything that dealt with behavior, we pulled out of those budgets and compiled them all together. So it's direct hire positions, it is our PBIS positions, it is our INVO progressives contracts for behavior and IBUs. It's our district-wide crisis prevention intervention, or CPI training, that we are having to increase for all schools, subs for that, materials. And then also a lot of the intensive behavior unit students require special transportation. And so that is adding up. And so we've put that in there. So when you total all that up, that's where the 5.2 million is coming from. Is that it? Do you have any questions on that specifically?
Questions coming from Ms. Fortney. I'm not sure if they're for Mr. Perone or you, but Ms. Fortney.
Yes, I believe they're for Mr. Perone. The turnaround incentive money, can you explain, it seems to me that we voted to have $1 million last year for our turnaround incentives to keep our turnaround schools that were in jeopardy. That comes right out of the general fund. That's my first question. And if we had to cut something, would Superintendent Byrd look at putting that money back in and finding another source of revenue for that? And then my second question is, I know our health plan is improving, but with the COVID-19, do we anticipate any increased costs based on that? Because, you know, I know how insurance works, and it's free one day and the next day your rates go up because it was covered. I just wanted to get Mr. Perone's insight on those two. And then I sent a message to everybody that I have some other questions, and Superintendent Byrd assured me that they would get answered, and I'll do that later to save time. Thank you.
Okay, so the first one is on turnaround, and we've always budgeted it out of the general fund and then looked to see if Title I could pick it up, and they have been able to do that, but we're never sure whether that can happen, so we put it back in again in the general fund. That's question one. Two, that's a really good question on the health plan and the COVID. I really haven't given that much thought in terms of that, but you know, the $60 that you have set aside, we did it last year, helped out tremendously, as you saw, and we have it earmarked to do that again for the next 4 years. And so if we do see increased costs, hopefully that will cover that.
Thank you, Mr. Perone.
Sorry, got a question come from Mr. Wilson.
Yes, I have a comment and two questions. My comment is, using non-recurring funds to establish our fund balance, Mr. Perone is as you know, living on the edge. That is a little scary. But there are $6 million in new positions. Do we have a breakdown of that somewhere?
No, we normally, what we do is we take the number of students that are that we are gaining every year. And then when we sit down and we put those through, these are in the staffing plan that Ms. Porteous will bring you. We're adding positions as we sit down with the regionals at each school looking at their enrollments.
Okay.
So we've added a number of positions this year. And in some of them, again, in the ESC area.
So those positions are directly related to student growth.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
5.2 million, is that mandated by the state of Florida?
The mental health services are. The mental health services are mandated, definitely. And then a lot of the other services are based on IEP services for students with behaviors.
So those are really all positions that we'll absolutely need, and there's not a lot of room in there for.
If we want to, well, the 6 million that Mr. Prone has on the positions are staffing plan. The 5.2 million that I talked about for behavior is a combination of positions, contracts, some training, and transportation.
So you do have flexibility with class size. However, I've heard that that is an issue at schools, so we did not tinker with that. You can do that, however.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Cunningham?
Thank you, Madam Superintendent. Thank you, Mr. Perone. I thought this was a wonderful overview of what it looks like today, but as we know, this is going to be changing very rapidly as we move forward. Just a couple things. Number one, what about continuing to staff our guardians and being able to provide for safety and security at our schools? Has all of that been taken into effect in this budget that you've presented today?
That
It
is
has.
correct.
Okay. All right. Next question. I see underneath the salary increase dictated by state statute, the 18 million. So my question is, what are we doing? Are we going to be putting forth salary increases and giving us that information as we move forward? Is that part of this already? And is it placed in another bucket, so to speak? I just want to make sure. I'm not sure when this $18 million is stretched across 13,000 employees, how that's going to look. And we talked about working very diligently, which you all have done in the bargaining table to be able to help our teachers and finish the contract for the 1920 so that we can in fact move forward, hopefully in 2021 with salary increases. And I, of course, advocate salary increases across the board for all of our employees. It's very important to me. So my question is that in here? And if so, where? And if not, will we be talking about that at a future date when you have better numbers?
Well, a little bit of both. So I'm glad you asked that, because the next thing I wanted to get into was that 18 million and how we can use that.
Okay.
We received some questions on that. I think we gave you some information back, but I just want to talk about that. That 18 is the $47.5 that start beginning teacher. And as you say, we sent something that only we have about 3,800 teachers that are below 47.5, and these are again all estimates and they're early.
Sure.
But the first thing I want to say is that 18 million is not has not been decreased for charter schools. Charter schools will get about 3 million in that. Then you take that 15 million and you split it 80-20. And the first 80% goes to classroom teachers as defined in the statute that we showed you. And that's really important because that does not cover everybody under our bargaining agreement.
Okay.
And when you use that, when you put that towards the 3,800, it does not get us to 47.5 as we figured it recently. It's close. But then once you do that, and then you have about 3 million left, because that's going to cost about 12. That's the 80% of the 15. Then we have about 3 million for all other instructional staff. That does not add up to a lot. I know the board has asked me in the past, why don't we budget for steps, which we don't call them steps anymore, they're levels. But in order to do that, you see how close this budget is right now at 3.8%. So it's going to take a lot of budget cuts to add something and add more to it. It's got to come from somewhere. We could have those conversations in the future, maybe when we get final numbers.
Yes, sir.
But as you know, we are mainly staff, human capital organization, so it would be people and positions.
Thank you, Mr. Prone. And I would definitely like to ask that be brought forward, certainly as the numbers shape into looking like they're supposed to be coming for our July 1 fiscal year. But I really think it's important that we discuss that to see if there may be opportunities, now that we have a little better picture of how this has been done. Because I really think that's kind of what we said, that we were going to try to see what we could do across the board to help all of our employees come, July 1st. And I know COVID and there's 10,000 other things that have gone on. So I'd really like to see that, maybe have a discussion as we move forward, perhaps in June, as you have better numbers, certainly, to see what we can do and if we're able to help all of our employees during this time. And I know that we've done a lot keeping people employed and so forth, but I know the cost of living continues to increase. And if we think there might be pockets that we could utilize, I'm not sure, lapse or whatever. We've looked at all kinds of different things. And when we add in the Hurricane Irma settlement, I know, as Mr. Wilson pointed out, it's not really great to use non-recurring funds, obviously in budgeting for salaries. But let's see where we look, because we've completed this year, or at least it looks like, with a very healthy 4.8% fund balance. That's really great, Mr. Perone. Y'all have really done a lot of hard work, and I'm thrilled with that number. But I think we need to look at going forward and seeing, what we can do to basically help our employees. And to me, there's no better way than being able to obviously do benefits, healthcare and benefits, which is very important to families. But in addition to that, salaries are equally as important as we move forward. So I'll look forward to your presentation, hopefully at the June board meeting. Thank you, Madam Superintendent.
Thank you. Mr. Townsend?
A couple of things. First, for Ms. Stanky, for Dr. Stanky, so it sounds like that's actually a blend of requirement from the state level plus requirement from IEPs that we're not able to meet. What is the state going to say when we tell them you're imposing all this 5.22 million on us that you haven't given us? I mean, are they going to say, well, you had plenty, you just didn't spend it right? What's the argument here? Like, what's specific? Like, I know you took us through this, but I'm still a little unclear where this number's popped up from.
Okay, so the mental health allocation, when we got it 2 years ago, obviously had a certain amount and we couldn't spend it all in 1 year, so it rolls over.
Right.
So over the last year, I think it was a little over $1 million, I want to say, but don't quote me on that part because I'd have to go back and look at the numbers. That we were able to, because we knew we weren't going to spend it on positions, even after filling all of the mental health positions that we were planning on. We used some of that for our contracted supports for the behavior with Invo and Progress. Invo Progress's company. They're the company that provides our intensive behavior unit staff And they also provide us with board certified behavior analysts and registered behavior techs that go into schools all over the district to provide extra support in those classrooms for students that need it, who aren't necessarily as aggressive as those that need to be in the intensive behavior unit, but still have those high intensity behaviors. So we have 2 contracts with them. So we use some of that funding to help pay for that over the last year. We also have, over the years, we've used IDEA grant allocation funding to pay for academic behavior support teachers, commonly known as ABIST, who go in and provide behavior support to students with IEPs. But we've also increased some of those supports when we added last year the 5 behavior specialist positions. We paid for those out of IDEA. We've had our positive behavior intervention supports, PBIS specialists over the last year that have been a part of that team under Brett Butler, who go out and respond to situations as well. Those were paid for out of the Mindful Schools grant that we've had the last several years. Those are ending as of this school year. And so there's a couple positions out of there that we need to continue to pay for. And then we're also considering actually scaling back on some of our contract positions and building our own internal behavior board certified behavior analyst positions, which will actually save us a little bit of money, but we would still, need to dedicate some funds to that. And then the simple issue with the CPI is that many, many, many years ago when CPI really started, it was specifically put out because students that had to be restrained were typically your students with your IEPs, and there had to be safe techniques to do that. And so IDA has always paid for that. But because as a district, we use CPI across the board for even verbal de-escalation, it's expanding to students who don't have disabilities or don't have IEPs. And so IDA cannot continue to pay for that as a allowable expense. So we've got a combination of different things that we've been using allocated specific categorical funds for that we can no longer do that with. Now, as far as what the state would say, they'd probably say this, they'd probably tell us it's a local decision.
So if we don't, so what goes away with that $5.2 million? Like what goes away that exists versus expansion that we're looking to do?
Nothing, none of this is expanding. This is maintaining what we're currently doing this current school year.
And IDEA isn't going to pay for any of that?
If we don't allocate the 5.2 million and we can't figure out a different way to pay for it, then we would not have any more intensive behavior units. We would not have the PBIS program. We would not be able to do the level of CPI training that we're required to do district-wide for de-escalation and physical restraint. And our district level behavior support personnel, we'd have to figure out a way to pay for them if we want to keep those positions.
Okay, but the IDEA so IDEA is going to continue to pay for some things, but this is what above that they won't pay for?
We actually, when I first took some costs to Mr. Perone originally with this, there were some additional items in here that we had pulled out of IDA, but we've taken them back in and just kind of, when the shutdown occurred and we kind of re-examined expenses and how we were going to be ending the year, we determined there's a couple contracts that we're keeping in IDA. There's some ABIS positions that we'll keep in IDEA. So we've maintained those, but the other problem with IDA is that over the last several years, every year we've added LEA facilitator positions, a minimum of 10 a year. And so those keep adding up every year. And so we just can't manage all of that under IDA. It's the bottom line.
So I think it's safe to say you're bringing the IDA budget in line with the requirements.
Yes, ma'am. Absolutely.
Okay. And could someone, I know I'm confused. I'm a little bit confused on what, as part of the CARES Act, there was some federal spending that was routed out through, I think primarily through Title I. I think it's 33 million dollars. Is that right? That we like, how does that play into this picture, if at all? What is the federal government's
So I believe you're going
contribution
to
to
get a
result?
report next month on the CARES Act, but the estimate number that Polk would get is just shy of 34 million. But there's a lot of unknowns there, and Wendy Dodge will be bringing more information on that. Like I said, there's some lines here that may be able to come out of this and go to that.
Okay, so that is a possibility. What the federal stuff at least could. Okay.
Yeah. Well, what I'm concerned about, Mr. Townsend, is if they allow us to pay for that out of the CARES Act, they're going to just lower our general fund like they did in 07, 08. It's just going to be a swap out.
Right.
That's what I'm
No.
worried about.
No. I mean, what I would imagine they would do is continue to fund the usual Title I federal things that have a lot of specific purpose. I'm not expecting them. I mean, they won't give us yet $32 million that's just free. Like it'll go to Perkins, or it'll go to specific things. Are any of those specific things overlapping potentially with the behavior, for instance?
Well, I sent and again, these are not guaranteed, but one of
No,
the
I
things
know.
we sent was a list of allowable expenses. And we think that when we read that 5.2 would fall under those allowable expenses.
Okay.
What I'm saying is I just hope they don't take our general revenue, or that $40 per student that I was talking about. And if they take that away, then it's just a wash.
Which is all the more reason we should be cheering on Mitt Romney right now. Like the guy who like, we're gonna need a big federal bailout. So all right. The other thing I wanted to note, and this is political entirely, the $9 million FRS rate increase is just the state wanting us to eat that. There's nothing. There's no point in it. It's just y'all eat that, not us. What happens if we don't vote for that, and we acknowledge their power? Y'all come take it. I want Kelly Star Argel to eat that. I'm not going to eat that. That's her choice. I propose that we as a board vote against it. No, we're not gonna contribute it, but we recognize your power to come get it. So come get it. That's if y'all want to eat that, y'all could eat it politically, but I'm not going to. And I think that's your raise right there for your bus drivers, for your paras. That $9 million that Kelly Star Argel just stole from the Polk County district, that Ron DeSantis just stole. That is nothing more than raw power, and I think it needs to be made clear.
Are there any other questions for Mr. Perone? Okay, thank you, Mr. Perone, and we'll look for more updates as you get better numbers in the near future.
Can I take 1 minute of Tedra's time? Sorry about that. To give an update on the option of pay that we talked about. I just want to let the board know that it may not sound like a lot, but over 10% chose to go to the semi-monthly, which I think is a great number. And I'm very excited about that. I just want to let you know that they are moving and voting to move over to the semi-monthly pay. So I'm good.
Thank you for the update. And the last item we have coming before you is going to be the staffing plan. And it is coming a little early as Ms. Porteous comes and gets set up. This one is coming a little earlier this year because it is a staffing plan. The district plan will come. We're not complete with that yet, but we'll be bringing that one to you hopefully within the next month. So I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Porteous at this time.
Good afternoon, board members. Before you, you have the school staffing plan. It encompasses all of the school positions or school-based positions, and it details those positions and how schools are allocated those positions for the 2021 school year. You'll notice that we have not made any significant changes to the staffing plan this year. So it is simply a rollover from the 1920 school year. That's it.
Okay. Are there any questions? Any questions? Mr. Townsend?
Yeah. I just want to say, it's been not quite a year. I know this is a little early. Some of us, well, all of us, took something of a risk in supporting that chief of staff role. We're almost a year on. There's nobody in place. Now, we didn't spend the money, but it's difficult as an elected board sometimes to go out and do hard things if those things are not executed on. And I just want to note that if you're going to fill that role, let's fill it and get it doing something. Otherwise, let's kill it. Because again, there were some of us, myself included, who took a risk and took a beating for trying to be collaborative and supportive. And I want to note that at this point, there's been no benefit for it.
I'd like to make a comment on that. Actually, we did have an interview and had a candidate that selected another position. And right when we were going out to re-interview, we had the crisis with the coronavirus. So we did move and had something moving forward on that, Mr. Townsend. The candidate just selected another position. Thank you. Okay. We have a question coming in from Ms. Fortney.
Hello. Yeah, I didn't vote for this last year, and I still, and like you said, there's no real changes. I'm still concerned with the lack of social workers, guidance counselors, facilitators, school psychologists, class sizes. The 8-day review, I would love to sit down and learn about that because in my experience, the kids stay, and then we end up with increased class sizes. And I know we have schools of choice and they get preferential staffing treatment, but you look at one school that has 2 counselors with under 800 kids, and you look at another one that has 1 counselor with 800 kids. So those are my concerns. I don't need any real explanation. They're the same ones I had. And for time's sake, I just wanted to put that out there. And I appreciate your time, Ms. Porteous.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Okay. Seeing none, that concludes the Ms. Miller, do you have a question?
Yeah, the hand is raised on the slide there. I had sent this to Ms. Porteous, and are we going to correct the fact that Roosevelt Academy is not in a learning center and it's listed with learning centers? That was my concern. And it might meet the same staffing needs as an alternative school, but it's currently listed with learning centers and it's not been a learning center for over 2 years.
Thank you. She did make that note to me and send that to me, and we have to get that corrected with the state. Want to be careful when you do that correction. You don't want the state to label them with a grade. So we're going to look into that and make sure that it is in the school improvement rating. But thank you. We have it.
Okay, I understood that alternative schools do not receive a grade either. Is that true?
That's correct, but you have to make sure when we put the paperwork up, it is put up correctly. Because if you recall, one year we did have one of our groups of schools that was special did receive a grade of an F, and it took us a year to get that corrected. So that's why I said we have to make sure that we send that up correctly so they do not get one. All of them get what they call a school improvement rating, and that's what we have to do the paperwork for.
Can somebody copy the board on the results from the state on that?
Once we get them, we do. We will.
Okay, and my other question is for that position that we've been looking for that Mr. Wilson's referred to a couple of times, and even when, looking at the DMG recommendations, it's so, if we're going to use that position as I voted for, as I intended to kind of help navigate some of the budgetary issues we have, are we looking at outside resources recruitment or anything to find, because it's with the time frame that we've had, are we using any kind of recruitment facility or agency, or are we just doing the Indeed and the local local advertising?
So the first time we did only in-house advertising via RHS. The second time we did do Indeed as well. And so we received over, I want to say 200 applicants, if I'm not mistaken. There were quite a bit of applicants, and so we did receive a lot of success on Indeed. But we have not at this point used an outside agency to recruit for the position. If that's the direction that Mrs. Burt would like to take, we could certainly do that.
I just know that there was a lot of questions why we added that position, and I would like to see it filled. Do we do anything in house? If we offered it, I didn't realize we only were advertising in house the first time around, because I think what we were looking for was much of an outside business perspective. I mean, that was my understanding. But do we do any professional? Are there any development going on of people in house to gain those skills to find more applicants?
Let me actually clarify, not necessarily in-house, meaning just in the school district. When I say in-house, I mean on RHS.
Okay.
It's picked up by RHS is our applicant hiring system. It is picked up by a number of the other hiring systems across the state and the nation. So like Ladder normally picks RHS up. So it was picked up that way as well. And then we specifically contracted with Indeed. It's been something that we've been doing for other positions, and we've had a lot of success in that. So I did approach Mrs. Bird about hiring or advertising the chief of staff on that. And again, I said we had over about 200 applicants for that, maybe 300 if I'm not mistaken. It was quite a few applicants that we had to go through and screen through. Regarding professional development, is that what your other question was? Can you repeat it?
Yeah. Do we offer that in-house? Is there a district, like, can you explain a little bit of what we offer to our current district employees, especially in your setting? I'm not talking about school sites, to increase their skills.
So one of the things that I don't know that we offer any, I guess, high level, if that's what you're talking about, higher level professional development. The majority of the professional development that, let's say, cabinet and or executive staff, directors, senior directors and above, they normally do that offsite because it's usually related specifically to their subject matter. And so in order for them to continue to be subject matter experts in their areas of expertise, they normally go to a conference. So I'm going to use Dr. Steinke, for example. She goes to a conference on ESE that's offered by LRP, if I'm not mistaken, correct? It's a yearly conference. No, we don't necessarily do anything of that nature. My team and I are putting together a supervisors and training, and managers training for those new supervisors that are new to supervising. So how to approve time, how to properly evaluate staff, what conversations you can and cannot engage with, or can and cannot engage staff with. So those kind of basics in terms of new supervisors and new managers.
Okay, yeah,
currently, we do not have that.
And that kind of went two different directions. I would suggest at this point, if we're not seeing applicants, or we only had one out of 300 that was, made it to the final, using an executive recruiter of some kind to find the skill set that you're looking for.
Okay.
Thank you. Your points were taken, Ms. Miller. Thank you. Ms. Reynolds?
Sorry, are we reopening the application or we're going back to the group that you interviewed already?
No, we're going to reopen. We were going to start right before we got into the pandemic and everything at this point. So we are going to do that. Sometimes timing, when you're looking at this level of position, timing is always of interest to people, especially when they're looking at how they're going to move their families. So we are going to reopen it.
Perfect. Thank you.
Just may I follow up on something? Earlier, you all heard from DMG and they talked about filling the vacancies for ESE. And so I wanted to update you on that. We are in conversation with a vendor. Notably, or generally, I float about 30 to 35 ESE vacancies a year. And so I'm in conversation with a vendor to specifically hire ESE teachers. I'd like to hire about 20 to 25 of them. Hopefully that will take care of some of the issues that DMG referenced earlier. I know that that may not fill the complete hole, but we are looking at creative ways. That is generally the hardest population of teachers for us to fill. So knowing that and seeing the trend over the year and over the years, quite frankly, my team and I sat down and tried to figure out some other ways because clearly we weren't reaching the teachers that we needed. And so in order to get the students the services and to hear the consistent issues with the ESC population, we wanted to make sure that we at least did our part from the human resources side to provide the bodies needed and the people needed for those positions.
Okay. Thank you for that update, Ms. Porteous.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Thank you. This concludes our discussion portion of the work session agenda. At this time, I'm going to turn it over to the chair for the review of the school board agenda. Thank you.
Good afternoon, board members. What I'd like to do is start off and let's go ahead and go through our agenda review. Starting with items, business services on consent, item 9 through item 16. Do we have any questions? Mr. Townsend.
Well, this actually relates to the entire agenda because I believe the resolution we passed last meeting about the meetings was that we were going to revote on the emergency authority at each meeting. I'm pretty sure that's how it reads, and the idea behind that was to get an update on what's happened, what we should be looking forward to in terms of things for we kind of started to talk about that a little bit with Ms. Townley today, but I don't see anywhere on the agenda an item that would conform with the resolution we approved last week.
I'm not really sure what you're talking about. If you're talking about a COVID update, Madam Superintendent will be giving that at the board meeting tonight. Are you speaking of something else? What am I missing?
Right. I think we specifically have a requirement to revote on the authority at each meeting.
Did that pass?
I believe it did. I wrote it.
I just got unmuted. Yes, that was there.
Okay.
We do have, that was in the resolution. I could bring that to you off the attorney's report. I know that there was going to be a specific COVID update on the 26th.
That's what I was going to say.
So-
Wes, I thought that meeting we had scheduled for a 1-hour COVID update for the 26th. So I guess you have to vote tonight is what you're saying?
We
For the
certainly,
26th.
Right. What yes, I want, believe the way the resolution reads is to renew the emergency authority at each meeting with a vote. It'll be a formality vote, but for me, what I was hoping that would serve as is a catalyst to update what's going on with COVID type things. Again, I don't particularly want to wait till the 26th. I want to, there's stuff about graduation to talk about and other things. So, I think we need to vote on continuing to grant
Okay.
the authority.
Okay, we can do that. Mr. Bridges, would you present that then as
Yes,
you've
ma'am.
indicated
Yes,
at during your attorney's report? I would
Not a problem.
appreciate that. Okay, getting back to the agenda, items 9 through 16. Any questions? Okay, moving on, item 17. Whoops. Ms. Fortney.
I'm sorry. I'm having a hard time pulling everything up at the same time to reference. Pardon me just a minute. I hate to waste people's time.
You're doing fine. Just take your time.
What items did you just specifically call for?
On consent, items 9 through 16.
Okay, because I'm gonna ask about talk about 17. All right.
Okay, moving on, items 17 through 22. Ms. Fortney, go ahead.
Yeah, I want to commend Miss Adams and of course Miss Matthews, Mr. Keys, and Miss Annette, Darlene, and Travis, respectively, on the district's auditor selection committee. And boy, that was a learning experience. Let me just say that. But I think we did our due diligence, and I recommend the board look at that and vote to approve the contract. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you, Ms. Fortney, and special thanks for chairing that committee for our district. We appreciate that. Thank you for your time. Ms. Miller?
On agenda item number 18, I support this item, but this is the discussion we had last time. It's already in board policy that our superintendent has emergency access to things in an emergency. Wes, can you describe why this is needed secondary time?
I'm sorry, I was looking at the resolution from last time. Let me pull this up.
Ms. Miller, while he's getting out, and this is dealing with the hurricane and fuel, so we have to have an emergency resolution to purchase fuel. This is a little different.
Oh, does it mention fuel? Okay, that will
Yes.
help if it mentions it directly. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Townsend?
Yeah, I was just going to add to that I perceive this authority to be a lot more narrow. It's very specific to emergency response related to emergency events like hurricanes, whatever. Whereas the COVID emergency powers are larger and broader.
Right.
And so I think that's the distinction between.
This is language that we have used historically,
right.
Specifically at the beginning of hurricane season each year.
Covered. Okay, anyone else through items number 22? Okay, then we of course have our superintendent's report, attorney's report, and that would conclude our board agenda. I would like to let the board know for our June 16th work session, we would like to start that instead of at 12:30 at 1 o'clock, because there will be graduations that morning that superintendent and staff may be attending at 10 a.m. So we felt like giving them a little extra time to get back to the office, do whatever, and then be ready to begin at 1 o'clock. Can I have a show of hands or consensus? Is everybody okay with moving at 30 minutes up? Everybody okay? Wonderful. We thank you so much for that. And I don't have anything else. Let's go to our board comments. If you all could be respectful today, it's 4:25, and we hope to start our board meeting this time certain at 5 p.m. So if you'd like to just, let's see, we'll start with Mr. Wilson.
I apologize. Actually, I'm going to ask Susan to change my calendar because it's currently on my calendar. That next work session is scheduled to start at 12:30. And if she doesn't change it, I can't change it. I can't change it manually. If she doesn't change it, I'll be checking in at 12:30.
Okay. Duly noted, Mr. Wilson. We will take care of that. Thank you for bringing that up. Anyone else want to have a report they want to bring at this time? Okay, seeing what I do have. Oh. Mr. Townsend?
Yeah, one question real quick. Was someone has told me that Lake Marion Creek, which is getting a bunch of kids, is also losing positions simultaneously, and I just wanted to see if I understood that correctly and what the reasoning was for that. If it's true, I just want to be able to address that.
Mr. Hill said he would have to double check into that and make sure, but that wasn't what he was aware of, but he'll double check it.
Yeah, it sounded odd to me. That's just a thing to be aware of. Secondly, for the board, I want to know if there's interest in endorsing the Florida School Board Association's document on school reopening, which I thought was, I've been a critic of the FSBA, but on its advocacy some, but I thought this document was really good. Set out a lot of good guidance for what needs to happen to open schools, how schools should unfold next year. Perhaps we feel like we have already endorsed it just by being school board members, but I'd be willing to add that to the agenda tonight just as a vote to endorse it. I don't know if you guys had a chance to look at it or not. Any thoughts on that?
Ms. Fortney, I see your hand up.
I'm all for it.
Is there
I
any
would think,
objection? Sorry, I'm sorry.
well,
go ahead, Ms.
I would think that each one of us would need to make sure that we've read through that prior to voting on anything. And I'm not sure that the timing works. I would like to see something come before us and have an opportunity to review it before we vote on it,
Okay,
you
that's
know, in
fine.
30 minutes.
You want to
So
push that
if
to
it's,
maybe next
yeah,
week? Okay,
yeah,
that's
if
fine.
we could
Sorry.
do that, that
That's
would
fine.
be great, because it would also give us a chance, number one, to review it, to talk with staff, because I want to make sure staff's on board, obviously. I did skim it, but I didn't go point for point, to be very honest with you. So I just feel like we need a little bit more time. Does that work for you, Mr. Townsend?
Yeah.
Is that okay? Okay,
fine.
great.
Yep,
Thank you. Ms. Fields?
I just wanted to say what you just basically said is that, you know, we really need to be respectful of our superintendent of schools. And I have not read the recommendation from the Florida School Board Association as far as opening of schools, but I'm sure that our superintendent and her team have already started working on this. So before we go and do anything, I think that we need to make sure that she is included. Because at the end of the day, that's her job, not ours.
Thank you, Ms. Fields. Ms. Fortney?
This isn't about that. I have 4 things here. One, I've heard that food service, maintenance, custodians, bus drivers all report back to normal hours Monday. And I was curious, is the exact PPE and social distancing with reporting back full time? I also was told that they must have a documented note from a doctor for a pre-existing condition. I don't need answers to these right now. They can answer them later. But I'm curious about the age requirement. We've got some folks that even if they don't have pre-existing conditions, they're of age to be concerned. And I'm really concerned about a lawsuit on that end. I would love, number 2, to get somebody to, on the grading policy for the 4th 9 weeks. I don't know how many parents and teachers have reached out to me. That is state. It's not state or board driven. I guess it was district policy about the 3rd 9-week grade. I get all sides of that, but the grade books and the grades are owned by the teachers. I would love for superintendent to clarify that and explain that and kind of take some of the heat off some of our teachers because they are catching the flack. Maybe some sort of statement that shows our flexibility. And if we cut anything, Superintendent Byrd, I beg you, cut LSI. And 4th, I had some folks reach out to me about the larger schools and the graduation, and they were curious if we could divide it up alphabetically. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fortney. You said it would be okay if
Yes.
superintendent got back to us at a later
That's
time,
fine.
with all that information.
Food
Okay,
for thought.
wonderful.
I can email it to her or whatever.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank
Ms.
you.
Fields?
I had a question. I'm not clear. I thought we had approved the resolution concerning meetings at the last meeting. That didn't happen? I'm trying to understand what Mr. Townsend is requesting to be placed on the agenda for tonight. I'm not clear on that.
Mr. Bridges, can you clarify that for us today?
I'm sorry, I was just responding to an email from a board member.
I said that I thought that we had approved the resolution at the last board meeting concerning meetings. And I'm trying to understand what's coming before us tonight.
Oh, the resolution?
Yes.
The resolution included language within itself that said at each meeting that we discussed the coronavirus, it would be renewed or extended for another meeting. The resolution will sunset all.
Question muted.
Update each time.
Well, it was specifically renewing the emergency authority each time. The vote is to renew the emergency authority at each meeting. I believe that's the wording. That's certainly my intent.
I'm trying to unmute.
Yeah.
That is correct. The the resolution contained language that Mr. Townsend added, that it would be extended at each meeting. I think the original discussion was to have 2 meetings each month, of which the coronavirus was discussed. I think it ended up being 1 regular meeting and then a second meeting that would be solely for that purpose. But it did include language that said it would be extended at each meeting, and it will sunset automatically at the end of the emergency.
So every meeting, we have to have this conversation?
So, well, at every meeting, we'll make sure there's something on the agenda to extend the resolution. Whether there's discussion or not, but we can put it on the agenda. That was the language Mr. Townsend requested.
Well, what's the logic for that every meeting? Why can't we just say until, rather than having to have this come before us every meeting, until the pandemic ends or whatever? Well, I'm just trying to understand why every meeting.
Are you asking me?
Have the same conversation.
Go ahead.
I'm happy to answer that. We are elected officials with responsibilities.
I understand that.
This resolution grants extraordinary emergency power to the superintendent beyond her normal powers. As a responsible elected official, I'm not going to just sacrifice my role. I suspect that each of these votes will be formalities, but it's a way of the elected board making sure we don't abandon our roles on behalf of the public. Now, if people want to do that, if they want to abandon their roles on behalf of the public, then people can certainly vote that way. The secondary intent for me was to make sure that we had an agenda item on every meeting that caused us to have a reasonable discussion of what has happened in the last 2 weeks and what to expect in the couple of weeks to come. So the board is not caught unawares, or the board has had a chance to discuss some of these very important and fast moving issues. Things are going to move fast.
Yes.
And typically this board has moved slow. And I think that was the intent of what I did. And
all right.
So,
and we'll take care of it. Okay.
I'm not done yet, Ms. Cunningham.
Oh, you're not. Sorry. You're just
No.
trying to keep it moving.
I understand that, and I respect that. I understand the value of having the COVID-19 updates. Ms. Jackie's already doing that. She's
Right.
going to do that tonight, I understand, in her meeting. I'm just saying, I don't understand why every meeting we have to bring this back if we've already agreed that she's going to be bringing us updates on COVID-19. So I don't understand it. And so it's fine that I don't, but I'm not going to be voting for something that I don't understand why we're having to do it. And I'm done.
Okay, Mr. Townsend.
sorry, my hand was not actually up. Sorry.
Okay. Okay, so we'll bring it forward under Mr. Bridges' report tonight. And again, as we've indicated, it's just a formality, and Superintendent Byrd has been gracious enough to include the updates as part of her superintendent's report at the board meeting this evening. Any other comments? Okay, seeing none, I would like to call the work session today over, and we will see everyone promptly at 5 p.m. And board members, if you could log on about 10 minutes or so prior to that so that we can make sure we have sound and video and all that working. Thank you so much, and we'll see you shortly.
Madam Chair, we have no discipline meeting?
We do not, no, sir.
No, we do not.
No, we do not. Okay, we'll see y'all at 5 p.m. Thank you.